All right, I got my coffee. I got my BDL3. I got my breakfast. I got my cat finally stopped losing his goddamn mind after he drank an obscene amount of water this morning. Hello, it's me. Quag, quag, quag chat. Yeah, Kevin, you got it right. Good job. That is the correct sound. You want to say hi? He's being so cute today. The cutest. Look at his cat. Sorry, I'm very distracted today. Oh my god, it's lazy day. Where? Where? How's everybody doing? Huntress, Viper, Mr. Sean, Kitty, best person. Awesome. Hope you're doing great. Hugh, Strimmerman, Lazy Did. I still can't get over this was years ago, but someone said that what was it? It was that me, Lazy, and Cheese, or it was like some combination of me, Lazy, Cheese, and Garwood all had the same voice, and like make that make sense to me. There's pairs that make sense there.
Quack, 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 quagsire.
Hey Matt, thank you for the 27. I hope you've been well. It's really good to see you. I appreciate the long-term support, and qua to you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, this was years ago. Someone said that some combination of me, Cheese, Lazy, and Garwood all sound the same. It was three of the four. I can't remember which three. Um, but like no combination of that above two makes sense. I get how in a vacuum, maybe if you don't hear American accents too often, I guess I could sound similar-ish to Cheese. And you know, the same thing applies to if you've never heard a British accent. I guess Lazy and Garwood could sound vaguely similar. But like after that, it kind of falls apart. Like me and Garwood have deeper voices than that, and then like it's weird. It's weird. This was earlier BL3 times where famously we had this loop going of um I would do BL3 in the morning, Lazy would do it in the afternoon, Cheese would do it in the overnight. So we'd always fight over who had to go longer so we could maintain the loop. Good times, nostalgia. Um, so today, I figured since I've been enjoying messing around with BL3 a bit off stream, both modded and unmodded, I'd show off some old flak tech I've been revisiting for gun builds that I feel is being overlooked a little bit, and it's a fun way of playing. Hey, Control, thank you for the 27 as well. A lot of people hitting the 27 months this month. A lot of people in the 27 to 30 range this month, and that's been really cool to see. It's a good self-esteem booster. Uh, Knowing that I've had you guys around for so long. So, thank you. Hey, Nunu. I enjoyed stream last night, by the way. I was tired, so I wasn't chatty, but I enjoyed it.
Quagsire, Quagsire, Quag, Chad, Quagsire.
Thank you so much, Control. I really appreciate it. You have BL3 open? How the fuck that just now click in my head? So, also, I have too many saves in BL3 now. My game doesn't run well until I get into it because the character menu just starts destabilizing horribly. It's really bad. I should honestly organize. There are saves I haven't opened in 3 years, but I guess I hoard those too. How many gigs is my save folder for BL3? Let me look. Hmm, that's a number. Your game runs well. Relatively speaking, Pris. Relatively speaking. How much? Um, I, it's less than 3 gigs of save files, so I'm winning there. Hey CZ, how are you? Oh yeah, CZ, I forgot to hit hit a box. So the thing, it's on right now. Am I good, or do you want me to correct that? So you might want to catch it. I knew you were going there. For a second, I assumed you were better. I don't mind. Okay, so chat. Chat, 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 chat. CZ is amazing. Now, before you ask, no, this is not available yet. And my response to that is, let him cook. But, look at this. Look at this. Ready? Yeah. 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 So let him cook. But yes. We do Eternaling in no time. um... So the thing I've been messing around with in terms of the flak tech is you're probably familiar-ish with the concept already. Yeah, I forgot to click. Let me change that. That was an experimental thing. I don't want to do that right now. Yeah, let's use that one. Hang on. Let me go back. We have to go back. Okay. Yeah, that'll be fine for right now. So, you know about Gamma Burst. A lot of people like to build Gamma Burst in a way where you get as much duration as possible because you get some very nice bonuses while it's on. You can use something like a Red Fang to have the pet tank for you. You double jump in this hacker glitch? Neither. It's a mod. Still in its early stages, but it's just a cool thing to mess around with. The good doctor is at it again. um, so a lot of people like to run Gammaverse in a way where you get stuff like, say, Red Fang plus Endurance. So you have that aggro management. But we're not doing that at all. We're doing Spamma Burst, which is of the variety where we go for as short a Gamma Burst as possible. So we just have the base of 20 seconds. We're not taking the duration increase from Endurance. We're not taking the increase from Persistence Hunter. And of course, because Purple Tree is a train wreck, we're not taking Not Even a Challenge. However, you might notice we are down to take this. And we have given up things like Pet Revive. Because we don't need that. We're just going to kill the enemies. It's fine. So the idea behind Spamma Burst is we can use weapons that cycle our head count very quickly through things like Megavore, and that allows us to activate Gamma Burst frequently, which allows us to benefit from having ASEs. Now I have OGT there, I just have to switch that back to the correct thing, don't mind me. But we can have the benefit of ASEs while also having Gamma Anoint, and while having Empathic Rage. Now, Empathic Rage is slightly less valuable than 3 points of Pack Tactics, if you want to know like how impactful that is on your damage formula. So, if you round it, it's 3 points of this skill, just for having this on. Just that. And that's absolutely massive. Even though Pack Tactics goes in a category of the damage formula where Flak is already like pretty well established due to having Frenzy and Interplanetary Stalker and often the power inside, that's still huge. So we get that, and then our other augment available at this level of investment is Atomic Aroma. Now we have the option of Burst Aid, but Burst Aid is kind of impractical for many reasons. But Atomic Aroma is interesting because it gives the pet a pretty good, fast-ticking, damaging aura around it. Now, a lot of Flak's skills early in the game's life were buffed to have pet damage plopped on them as well, things like Grim Harvest. So we just incidentally have a good amount of pet damage. But since we're also going down the blue tree for Gamma Burst tech and for Dominance, we end up picking up a lot of pet damage along the way. Hive Mind is good survivability. We have Shared Spirit for good survivability. We have Psycho Head on a Stick to make the pet move faster. It's just we have a good amount. So we can justify going down to Take This, which gives the pet a copy of your shield, because that also gets us 3 points of Throat Ripper. And what this means is that while Gamma Burst is active, the pet will have an aura around them that can benefit from the pet's copy of the Revolter, that gets Gamma Burst bonus element, that can crit. Grim Harvest, all the gun damage. The primary reason for Grim Harvest here, Viper, is actually for the action skill damage. That's why we have a Guardian Angel. So we hold the GA when we activate Gamma Burst. The reason why we have Dominance is, for those who don't know, changing your enemy's faction has some beneficial effects for certain items. For example, for the Reflux and Brainstormer, you can chain between yourself and a target if you've changed them to your faction. Like that. So by having Dominance and ADSing in a target, we just get single target. We get the multi-target damage of Reflux on a single target. And by having the short duration Gamma Burst, we just cycle it. Ouchies. Going down isn't a huge deal, because there's always a target to kill. That's a red explosions kind of turned me on. They are satisfying. We're actually going to let Gamma Burst run out a bit here, so that I can get it back on this enemy. I'll get it back on this enemy. Plop our pet over here. Let's go damage, and we do that. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Good to see you. I'll just Burst do without Reflex Brainstormer. You have other weapon options, and that's something I wanted to explore today. So even just the Dominance tech, you do have other weapons that start doing interesting things. For example, Stickies detonate instantly when you hit a dominated target. So that opens the dialogue for things like Chaosin damage profile changing and being a little less delayed. And I already am a big fan of Chaosin on Flak, so that's something I wanted to try today. With something like a Monarch, where you get a lot of hits, but you can't move very well, you're probably looking at being more dependent on Mesmer spam. I am throwing Mesmers right now. But I wouldn't say I'm spamming. We, of course, have Convergence. Now, I don't have a Hyperion Company Man on right now, but it is an option. I just happen to be using 4 Hyperion guns, 4 Hyperion shotguns even. Morning, Roddy. How are you? Anytime Secret Marvis, I must mock the gun damage on it, as you should. I still not so fondly remember assertions that every Flak build would take Grim Harvest, including the fadeaway ones. Like, interesting. The runs I'm doing is a Skyrim permadeath run. My weapon randomizes every time I kill an enemy. I've seen people doing those kinds of runs in those games. I think I saw it in New Vegas? It's New Vegas or Fallout 4? Cool concept. I like it. Forces you to have game knowledge beyond how to use a single item. Always like that idea. Can't stay long today. I want to say hello. I'll be lurking. I appreciate the lurk. So yeah, this GA is literally just here for activating Gamma Burst. It's just for additional damage. It's at a weapon slot I wasn't quite using. Since we have Rescue 2 and Gamma Burst, our pet never dies anyway. So it's not like a res would be particularly useful. Outside of, like, I guess we could take to Anathema. Had to do that. So another thing the double jump and air dash mod got me thinking about was just there's stuff that you can do, like that jump there and mantle. You can do that with rocket jumping in an unmodded game. But I don't see it used often in like speedruns. So it got me thinking about just re-examining movement tech in a few pieces of content and seeing if there's stuff we haven't considered. I know a lot of people have eyeballed that over the years, but it's an interesting thing to think about. You don't need pet revive, just kill the enemies. Using a mod or something to make it actually consistent, there's still a chance that'll happen. No, it's just, I've been lucky. Gamiverse hasn't broken yet. I'm not using anything that corrects that. Because it hasn't happened doing the Spamiverse thing yet, and I've been playing this for, like, off-stream time for, like, 3 days or so. 4 days, something like that. My theory is that it has something to do with extending the duration. But I do have to take this through longer content more, like Slaughter Star and Guardian Takedown, which we can do some of today. Use for runtimer. I use live split. Ouch. Not having Gamma on is why that didn't go well. Could have managed my cooldowns better. Going down is fine. There's actually a damage increase. Yeah, I can do that cleaner. Bounty Hunter is certainly trying. So yeah, let's talk about Bounty Hunter. Optimal roles for Bounty Hunter for years, we generally thought that 3 most dangerous game made the most sense because it's gun damage, it's pet damage, and it's crit damage. I mean, it's also even money. It just does a lot. And crit damage is something Flak generally lacks, but with all the digging that's been done into how Bounty Hunter works, and now that we know more of the practical applications of this stuff working way better than it indicates, I really do think that in general, Hunter's Eye is just better. than the other skills. Like, it is one of those class mods where every skill on it is good. Like, Frenzy is by no means a bad skill. It's just the most situational, and it's the least diverse formula-wise for what Flag has. But instead of most dangerous game, I really think Hunter's Eye is optimal. Because it gives you several types of things. This crit damage is post-ad, but it's still significant. The armor damage is V2. So very... V2 in Tree is very uncommon. Mose doesn't get it in Tree at all. Zane gets it on one skill. Amara gets it on one skill, and Flak gets it on two skills. Also, the values are swapped. So the armor damage is the 30 and the post-ad crit is the 60. Yeah, that's even better, honestly. That also makes more sense because Flak is the one who gets two V2 skills, so like you have the option of grabbing Hidden Machine as well. Yeah, so I think pretty comfortably, Hunter's Eye is like the skill for Bounty Hunter. Hey, McBain, thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's huge. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Not 5 in Frenzy. I'd say 5 in Frenzy would be the least optimal of the... Like, if you were to get all your eggs in one basket on a skill in Bounty Hunter, I'd say Frenzy would be the least desirable. Now, that's not to say that's not good, because literally any skill combination on a Bounty Hunter is good. The more we've learned about Bounty Hunter, the more it's like, wait, this is crazy. There are no bad skill rolls for Bounty Hunter. Like, Frenzy is the worst roll, and it's still an amazing skill. Frenzy is such a game changer of a skill that it was the main reason Flak got stronger with a couple of the level cap increases. Like, obviously, eventually it got to the point where you could be like, oh, I can double capstone. That's huge. But some of those level caps were more notable because you could also grab Frenzy plus Heat Bites. So, like, grabbing 5 here, 1 here, while maintaining double capstone was huge for builds. Excuse me, allergies. So yeah, that skill is the least desirable thing on a Bounty Hunter. Say Mose means if there's more than me left. I'm like closer to a Mose player than most Mose players, because Mose players retired. Like, that's how Priz can get me to test stuff. Because he'll just be like, no one else is going to do it if you don't. It's funny, because, there was a time where Mose was the only character that I wasn't playing. But there was a time like that for Zane as well. I just like being well-rounded. Situations like that are tough where enemies are taking cover. I should have thrown a Mesmer there. I don't remember I can do that. Oops, I missed. It's fine, we got damage. I have experimented with other shields on the setup. Currently, we're using a mid-level Revolter, so it breaks easily. Which allows us to get a second ASE as well. But there's other choices. You could use an on-level one with Action Skill Start. I had some success with running a Stinger, because Stinger from the pet does notable amounts of damage. There's also, Frozen Heart, of course. Plus Ultra goes kind of hard. Lets you HP tank. Lets the pet HP tank, and you can grab Nova parts on it even. If you're so inclined, you could full commit to rad stuff. I know some people like doing that with Gamma. You can go red suit, drop any non-rad bonus elements, and then just flick a yellow cake or something. Or pestilence. Morning, Urban Mac. That was a very satisfying chain. Watching BL3 content makes me want to do an Oscillant's BL3, no one would be a massive amount of work. It'd be good, though. Spent a few hours the other day testing to see what damage buffs applied to Essos Overheat for my most setup. That was fun. Yeah, that's it's one of those weapons that people have beat to death. The only thing keeping it from being busted is that emote canceling is not available for all platforms. Also the risk of self-damage. Mr. Ron, thank you for the 30 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Florida bad.
Florida bad. So true, text-to-speech. So fucking true. Amazing. That's the abbreviation for Florida. So, like, if you type GA for Guardian Angel, text-to-speech is gonna say Georgia. And that double jump is so satisfying. Having Rage and Recover on the setup would be really good, but I would have to give up Dominance. So it'd be throwing a lot more Mesmers. Which, you know, it'd be more optimal, because I'm already throwing Mesmers, but it'd be less autopilot-y gameplay. I'm okay with going down, as long as it means I can just throw fewer grenades. Fla bad. Something I considered doing to take further advantage of this this double jump air dash mod. What if I was to do a true melee Amara playthrough with like triple enemies with that? I think that would be a good time. Because, like, chaining blitz between enemies, jumping around, I don't know, it seems cool. Using phase slam to fall faster. Good to see that still happens. Oh no, it's gone. It's broke here, but I don't have anything explosive. Okay, run it back. Blitz chaining might be the most fun thing in this game to me. Really like blitz chaining. Another thing I was messing around with this mod was using downfall on Amara. Because getting the double jump means you're more able to hit enemies with the downfall laser. I suppose I could play a little bit of that. It's because it came up. Slightly better GA bonus, that too. One of the interesting things with this is because the functionality of this mod basically it hijacks your ground slam button. You don't have the option to slam to, at least not effectively. You don't have the efficient way to fall down faster. Like if you're standing completely still, then you can hit the button to fall. But if you're moving in any direction, it doesn't work out that way. But what this means is that if you click phase slam on Amara, it's now the fastest way to fall. Kind of neat. We're using downfall. A rabbit. Also figured I'd take advantage of some weirdness. The whole, you know, Super Soldier can get Amp even though it's not elemental, or can get Nova rather, even though it's not elemental. There's a whole weird sphere of things. Oh, caught myself with a barrel. Deserved, to be honest. Best action skill. It's certainly fun. There goes the lance. It's going. Out in the entire time of this game being out, I've never seen that move by Amara because it's one of the hardest things to get any value out of. Since it's a relatively low damage action skill that animation locks you, requires you to put 15 points into the green tree, which is Amara's weakest tree. And it has a 47-second cooldown. So this is where it's going to look a little less impressive. We don't really have anything to beat through the shields here. Hey, Shadow Evil, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Don't mind me, we are messing around with an Amara action skill that isn't great, but it still doesn't get the love that it deserves. Also, got some fun mods in play. Nothing changing the damage I'm doing or what the enemies are doing at all, but movement stuff. For anyone joining who doesn't know me, hi, I'm Quag. I do builds and stuff in Lands games. Hey Jester, thanks for taking care of Shadow, I appreciate it. Also, good morning, good to see you. Run some mod of Borderlands 3. Man of taste and culture. The focus of what I was going to do for content today was some Flack stuff, but since this topic came up, I figured I'd switch and do a couple runs on Amara real quick. You see, that is cool. We killed an enemy with a crit from the downfall beam, and it hollow pointed. Favorite game for sure. This is one of those games that I can never stop myself from going back to. I will probably break 7,000 hours in BL3 this year. I'm around 65, 6,600 right now. Oh, Super Soldier didn't do the thing. Unfortunate. That's why stopgap. I don't know why that happens. Yeah, that makes sense. I figured Super Soldier also has the movement speed, but stopgap can roll move speed parts, so there's no practical reason to be using Super Soldier over stopgap here. I'm just kind of doing it. For anyone who doesn't know who Quag is, he's a dumb poopy butt. That's true. I've read that as well. Downfall's so cool looking. Sadly, I have severe burnout, so I don't think it'll grow as much as my BO2 numbers. That happens. Life be like. Oh, I didn't kill enough enemies back there, so I have to correct that. Oh, barrel. Or if Unforgiven's any good. I was thinking about it. I think if you had an ASC 50 and were able to consistently get that up, an Unforgiven could win out, because then that one could also be critting independently. And the ASC 50 one is going to get personal space, right? So that's V2 plus the crit of the Unforgiven, rather than just getting the apparently my Twitch isn't connected to my shift right now. Here, let me just disable that. I think with an AAC 50, Unforgiven works out to more damage, provided you are able to hit the crit spot. And, like, that opens up even more stuff. Like, you could run a Jacob's Company, man, in all honesty. AC won't scale, though. It won't, but for the purposes of, ensuring a crit kill, it can still have value in mobbing. Like, trash mobs, it could still do enough damage to make sure the killing blow is a crit, which gets you a hollow point. And even a hollow point off of a weak kill like that, with the amount of formula we have, is still going to do something. Just a thought, but yeah. Why not just the beam itself, though? There's no practical reason to go Unforgiven over GA for this, I don't think. Precisely because the GA will just benefit all of it. Also, less juggling of weapons. Also, if you get a downfall, not a downfall, if you get a remnant off of a downfall while you're still holding the GA, then that's great. And I almost said that, like, well, you could use Unforgiven for the true melee tech and mash that into this build as well. But, like, we're Amara. We have swap speed. We could just switch. For ensuring those juicy hollow points. Yeah, if you want to do hollow point focused mobbing, then AC 50s plus Unforgiven sounds like a good play. That also introduces the possibility of doing something like having a Beskar on and just using that reflect. Because those reflects are going to be guns. Now, you're not Flex, you don't have the Megavore to ensure they crit, but like they still can. Oh, I thought I had my action skill. I don't. I got stuck underneath. Yeah, there's something to think about. Do I have an Unforgiven on here? I don't. Flesh Melter is fun. I really like Flesh Melter on Amara. Anyway, back to flag stuff. Hope you're doing well, Snowspawn. Hey, Thumb, thank you so much for the 19 months. That's a lot of time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we wanted to test out other weapons. Let's just test out shooting a case and see how that does. I probably want something with AoE. A doll company man makes the most sense here. Let me get myself a doll company man. What do I have for these? Yeah, alright, I need a, an artifact and a class mod.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Dem is a big number. Hi, Quaddy.
Thank you so much, Thumb. I appreciate it. Oh, side note, another thing I ended up testing yesterday, because people were having conflicting results. Short fuse self-damage with Skagden is dependent on what kind of gun you're using. I know that probably goes without saying, but there's some interesting weirdness to it. Like, for example, if you point blank something with a boogeyman or a flipper, you don't hurt yourself. With your gun or with Skagden or a short fuse, none of it hurts you. But if you like shoot some kind of Jacobs or something, then it can hurt you, which is interesting. It's not really useful information because the kinds of weapons you're going to use on Moes either would never hurt you or you're not going to be in range because they would already hurt you. So it's just like, okay. But figured that'd be interesting to go over. It makes sense if you think about it. It's one of those things that doesn't make sense until it does. Given the way the game handles projectiles and inheriting properties for things like bonus elements. It makes sense. I just go crit damage, reload speed. Yeah, I think that just works here. And run mag size on that. Yeah, that's actually just, I don't need to change anything about that. Cool. So one of the many W's that the doll manufacturer has in this game is that it's one of the ones that gets manufacturer crit on class mods. This is something that not all manufacturers have. Doll has it, Hyperion, Jacobs, and Atlas have it. Malawan, Torg, Vladoff, and COV do not have it. So there's some real favoritism for what weapon types, for what weapons Flak is willing to use in general already. But Doll and Hyperion in particular have a lot of additional use cases. So them getting the crit as well is really, really big. Now, of course, there's weapons that are worth using from other manufacturers, but it's a really good thing to have where you can get it. Jacobs gets it, but the thing with Jacobs is that most Jacobs guns are shit. Atlas gets it, but the thing with Atlas guns is there's not that many of them. Most of them are good, but there's not that many of them. So if you're doing like Atlas strats, you're pretty much chaining yourself to like Company Man or Plumage. Or not Company Man, excuse me. Thinking about three things at once. OPQ system or Plumage, rather. Because like Link and multitap are good. Multitap kind of puts you in a place where you're gonna want to stack some reload speed. So I think your priorities do shift, but like you can make a case for that. Replay doesn't work as well on Flak as I want it to. I still haven't given up on that. That's something I'll probably circle around to min-maxing a little better. But replay is definitely mostly a Moze thing, and you can get some value out of it on Zane too. There's some weapons, usually this is more of a COV thing, where you have multiple animation commitment issues, that you need to resolve. Like, say you're using a no PP, for example. Well, you're gonna want reload speed because you're mag dumping and you've got that lengthy animation in between. So that's a priority. You're gonna want swap speed because if you ever switch away from it, then switching back to it is a huge window of time where you're just doing nothing. And it's a fire-locked weapon, so you're going to want to switch off of it fairly often in any relevant content. And then you're likely to also want fire rate, just to lean into the weapon's strengths and its abilities to, a high head count lets you cycle head count frequently, things like that. And because it's a weapon that spins up, fire rate helps out proportionally in a way that it might not on something like a semi-automatic weapon. So, like, you have three different flavors of, hey, me want do thing faster that you need to account for on COV guns. And Flak does not get any swap speed whatsoever. Flak is more likely to not have additional reload speed than any other character. Even Moze. Because Moze is more likely to just not be reloading, but there's also direct benefits Moze gets from reloading, such as the Terradova and that kind of build. Whereas the biggest thing Flak gets from reloading is slightly more fire rate from overclocked, which is arguably a detriment with how Leave No Trace has a cooldown. So you can outpace your own Leave No Trace, meaning you will end up reloading more because you reloaded. Zane and Amara just have tons of reload speed easily available without deviating, so like they're exempt from this. And Zane and Amara both also have a lot of swap speed. So you see weapons like the No Pew Pew and the Tizzy do a little bit better on them, because they can do all of the flavors of do thing faster. That was a very long ramble on something nobody asked about, but figured I'd exposit. I also don't have Two-Fang right now, which is something I normally like to have when shooting a KSN. We'll see how this works out. There's the revolter. I talk about it a lot, but KSN remains criminally underrated. Just in general, but specifically in the context of Flak. KSN is the ideal SMG for Flak. A lot of people like to bring up the Plasma Coil. Plasma Coil is one of the worst decisions you can make in the SMG slot for Flak. It is 100% a trap. Once again, its animation commitment is an issue. It's got a charge time, it's got a burst delay, and it fires a fixed number of shots. So, like, if your burst gets interrupted by anything, be it you going down, be it you activating your action skill, be it you switching weapons mid-burst, whatever, be it you not having enough shots in the mag, and because the nature of Leave No Trace, you often end up with, like, spare bullets. Like, you'll have 2 at the end of a mag or some such. You just get a lot of interrupted bursts. Interrupted burst was also my nickname in high school, fun fact. So basically, with the Plasma Coil on Flak, you spend more time not shooting than shooting. And that's real bad, because Flak is already a character where you're going to interrupt your shooting, even on a gun build for an action skill, pretty frequently. And then there's the Element Lock. Plasma Coil rolls only Rad and Shock. Flak has insane amounts of synergy with the Corrosive element, even before considering Corrosive is the optimal element for most endgame content. Malawan does not have that manufacturer crit bonus I mentioned. Doll fills all those roles better. Now, if you were to stick to Malawan manufacturer for your choice of SMG on Flak, then the crit is also just better than the Plasma Coil. It's not Splash, but that massive crit multiplier, and also being less interruptible, make it a better choice as well. Using things like a Flipper, Plasma Coil, or Kibsworth, not Flak friendly. Despite the fact that they slap on Moze, for example, or Amara, or Zane. Or it doesn't splash? It does not. I'm avid enjoyer of your middle name jokes. I can't say that the nickname in high school joke format is something I came up with. It's something I inherited. Joe and Jack say it all the time, so they kind of... You know when you pick up language your friends use? I have BL3 installed and never gone through the process of setting up for mods, like starting to make mods would not be an immediate thing. You want to do it, though. That's the thing. You want to. Really picked up a lot from this community. And I hope you've all picked up a fear saying, I'm from me. Yes. So that crit damage right there mattered. Because that was just brute forcing that heavy with our 2 bonus elements that were not corrosive. And critting gave the additional impact we needed. I need to hip fire this more because you see how the stickies are immediately detonating against nominated enemies? That's sometimes a good thing, sometimes not. Why is corrosive the most optimal element in endgame? Most enemies are armored. Most enemies in endgame content in Borderlands 3 are armored. Think about it. Almost everything in the Guardian Takedown has an armor bar. The Valkyries, the Thors, Krakens, and Wotan in Malon Takedown all have armor bars. Hemovorus, armor bar. Badass Varkids, armor bar. Most enemies with a relevant HP bar are armored. The extra layer to that is you have, if you're Flak in particular, Interplanetary Stalker gives you massive additional bonuses to corrosive under the right circumstances. So it's really leaning into the strengths. Like, I only have 1 KS in here. I'm not switching for other bar types. I'm just lightly compensating with bonus elements, and it's fine. You can get away with this on Flak with quite a few things. You can do it with Reflux, Breath of the Dying, any gun that has variable elements, because corrosive is just a really good, consistent element to stick on. And this applies to other characters as well, just because of how many armor bars you see, and other supporting items such as Flesh Melter artifacts. Like, the Amara build I was playing a bit earlier, action skill element corrosive, because if you're going to stick on one, that's just the one to do. You get Flesh Melter is available for lots of ramping damage as you mob, but there's also just the fact that you'll have better damage against targets where you're likely to need the damage. And corrosive doesn't have any hugely problematic penalties. For example, if you were able to pick Rad as a primary element or something, you're accepting that you're just going to have terrible damage against armor, which is the exact inverse of why you would take corrosive. If you pick Fire as a primary element, well, you have the same bad experience against armor. You're only helping yourself against Flesh, which is probably the least common thing for high HP enemies in this game. Like, everything in the Guardian Takedown almost is at least armored. And then most of the Guardians are also shielded. In terms of the Flesh enemies, it's the Necrobugs, which are the lowest threat things in the entire Takedown. It's still beneficial to keep something with fire damage for dealing with them efficiently. In a lot of setups, but like, they're the lowest threat. In Malon Takedown, the tankiest things you have to deal with flesh enemy-wise are these 4 badasses. And they're more tanky because they resist dots than because they're actually tanky. And because they spawn in elemental immunities. Loosely depending on what you're using. So, like, just as a whole, corrosive is the most useful element for high-end content. Oh, there's Gammaverse bug. Yeah, that's the first one. Okay, so I have no action skill for the rest of the run. That does present a problem. Still have damage. But I can't get any of my action skill annoyance. I can't turn it off, I can't turn it on. This is the Gamma bug if you've not ever seen it in action. They should make it so armored enemies get hit by rad explode. According to my empirical research and evidence, would microwaves be more realistic? Still hit myself to turn on my revolter like that. So Pet should be able to cycle that fine with E-Bites. Yeah, we're fine. The Kaisen goes hard. Easy. I'm gonna start modding BL3, start a new playthrough, and change whatever comes up my way. It'd probably be the most natural. There's a bigger gap between early game and late game, early game and mid-late game in BL3 than what you might be used to. Like, there's problems that exist early on that are gone later. For example, phase cast is absolutely fucking terrible in playthroughs. But by the time you get to Mayhem levels, you support it with gear and stuff, and it's great. Zane's issues of having little to no kill skill uptime without one of two assigned crutches. That doesn't exist in the early game, and it pops up later. Made a Gundava save yet? I have not. I do not have a Gundava save yet. Okay, so Kaisen did well. Like, without access to our annoyance, it was still slapping hard. Without access to our annoyance, and we also didn't have empathic rage. So that was a lot of damage left on the table. Just tore cheeks. What else could we use here? I was thinking about doing toboggan and plumage for this, but do OPQ. Wouldn't benefit as much though, because non-Ellie and shock. I already know Breath of the Dying would be fine here. Let's see in Reddit tier 1. I mean, that's a lot of power in tier 1 for a character that already has too much power in tier 1. I can do Breath of the Dying here. Like, I already know it's going to be good, but I don't think I've used Breath on a Gamma build in several years. The orbs would get the bonus element too, so that could be haha funny. Let's try that out. Give myself another thing here. Grab a code from the max damage spreadsheet. Fuck you, lightheartedly. So I don't need the splash damage roll for this, but I'm gonna take it anyway, because once again, haha funny. I like to only run one radius increase when running Breath of the Dying, because it makes the orbs a little more manageable for you to dodge while still making them more forgiving than they otherwise would be for hitting enemies. This is now Spamaflaccid? Yes. Ms. Chick, how you doing? Ms. TV? Say, Rune, with Flak build crafting, it's funny because each of the build archetypes has an endpoint. Like, if you're doing a gun build, it will eventually become either Punchbot or Flaccid. Unless it's Gorillas in the Mist, it will eventually become either Punchbot or Flaccid, the more you optimize. And even Gorillas in the Mist eventually becomes Punchbot if you squint really hard. Oh yeah, I have two AC 50s. I know what I'll do. We'll go OGT here. We'll do that. Gorillas in the Fist. I still love that name. Oh no. Oh, because I'm running Hive Mind, that'll actually kill the pet if I hit myself with the orbs. Okay, I like the danger. Two Fang would also be really nice here. But I'll deal. I think with this setup I would actually significantly benefit from having a res equipped. Well, stop hiding. Let's just let's just do that. reach? Kind of. You're very welcome for Gorillas in the Fist. Still one of your absolute gems, Nunu. All my non-alchemical agent builds have just become Frost Shiver and 8-point Stabbo. Just where I can just gear swap. With non-alchemical agent, I'm more motivated to get other class interactions for flavor, but I can definitely see from the perspective of optimizing how it often ends up just being the 8-point Stabbo. I can see it. I don't like it, but I can see it. Breath going crazy. Hey, Control, how are you? Missed. Somehow hit me and not either of the bosses. Amazing. So I have a res though. How's everyone doing? Doing well. This is a nice chill BL3 day. Hey Pilot, how are you? Good to see you. What's this reload you keep doing? I'm unfamiliar. See, reloading is what builds that care about their damage do. Good, hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing great. Doing great. I have a thousand things to do after stream today, but for good reasons. As soon as Hunter sent that message, I knew that was coming. Really just walked souls in the classic trap. I know it was a shitpost, but you know, low-hanging fruit. What we're referencing with this subject is a lot of people are afraid of gun builds that see reload animations ever in this game. You see it mostly with Mo's, for example, where people focus way too hard on, okay, how do I make it so I never have to reload? But, like, think about the impact on your damage that has. If you take all those things that make you not have to reload instead of doing damage, then you're just shooting forever for no damage. It's the infinity problem. You know, the infinity pistol is a bad gun, but it shoots forever. So people think it's good, but, like, why would you want to infinitely do shit damage when you could just do more than enough damage and then reload when there's nothing left to fight anyway? It's a mentality thing. Like, I'm cool with reloading because things are dying. Being rational, you don't do that? Oh, no, I understand. Won't happen again. Changed my expectation for ammo regen Zane from no reload to reload a lot less. My damage increased where I killed faster, didn't need to reload. Right. Because more DPS is also a way to be more ammo efficient. Like, why shoot 500 bullets to kill a target in 30 seconds when you could shoot 200 bullets in 15 seconds, still consume less ammo, then you just have a reload animation somewhere in there. Those are arbitrary numbers, but you get it. People find that sort of gameplay to be fun. I do too, to an extent. The issue comes when people start insisting that it's always optimal. That is the issue, yes. People like to think fire and the skag gun's all they need for most, and it's just not true. It depends. By the nature of how expansive the build crafting options in this game are, you do have people just kind of not understanding where their power is coming from. Like, you'll have people who underrate short fuse. You'll have people who overrate mayhem scaling as a whole. You'll have people who overrate or underrate commitment is a big thing. There's a few things in this game that somehow manage to simultaneously be over and underrated, and it's really fascinating. Like, Amara is simultaneously over and underrated. Commitment is simultaneously over and underrated. Short fuse is somehow comfortably underrated. Flak pets are somehow comfortably overrated. And a lot of this is the ebb and flow of content creation over the game's life cycle. Like, what gets highlighted tends to be what people use rather than what's actually good. It's why you still have people insisting on double penetrating being the ideal on Camp Herald in Borderlands 2, even though that's not true for half of the characters. Clone for utility is underrated? Very. Clone for utility is some of the best movement available in the game, and movement is everything. So breath worked out well. To the point where I'm comfortable enough keeping breath, like, on this. I kind of want to try a mixed setup of running, like, Chaosin. Like, running something like this. Chaosin Reflux Breath. And then, obviously, I'd have to adjust what I'm using here. I could do something weapon agnostic like this. Just weapon crit, splash damage, weapon damage. And then, instead of accompaniment, I would have to use, like, a pearl. Would make it hard to hit things with the orbs for Breath of the Dying, and the Chaosin would fall off a lot damage-wise compared to the Reflux, but I'm still willing to try it. Still willing to try that. Running fire rate on the Pearl is awkward, because enough fire rate, I'll show you guys what I mean in the next run. Enough fire rate makes it so Leave No Trace can't sustain anymore. I'm hoping, because I have Throat Ripper, that'll be enough of a buffer against that, but... Movement's always underrated in pretty much every game. Yeah. It's funny how many things movement does. Comfort, efficiency. Overall clear rate, because you can simply get to the combat faster. Survivability, because things are gonna struggle to hit you. Personal satisfaction, this one's a little more subjective, but it is very satisfying to just feel like you're zipping around. It's a power trip. What would you guys say is, like, your favorite, sort of, in terms of impact on gameplay, stat? Like, for example, crit is a damage increasing stat, but it is not on, like, all your damage. You need to play for it. movement speed, of course, is relevant here. Action skill cooldown would be a shout here. Like, what's your favorite gameplay modifier stat? Splash radius is a good shout here. Curious what you guys think. I don't know if I could identify a favorite for myself, but movement speed would definitely be up there. A lot of people like fire rate. I'd want a little more reload speed here. How'd I get that, though? I guess I could go Second Intention over Grim Harvest. Grapefruit Margaritas be bussin'. That honestly does sound pretty good, Moo. Also, yes, Moo, I will be streaming Metroid Prime Remaster after I'm back from my vacation. I haven't bought it yet, but I'm gonna. Okay, yeah, Throat Ripper is the only reason that reflex was sustainable there. See, when we have Revolter active, the fire rate from Pearl actually makes us able to mag dump a little faster than I like. Like that. We still have good damage, so it's forgivable. And the fire rate helps out the Chaos Inert Breath enough. Just glad I going on vacay, hopefully into my arms. Not purchasing Metroid on the Switch, and that's because like I have it sitting in front of me on my GameCube. Yeah, I would have to set up a Wii. I have one, but I'd have to set it up to play when I could just, and then I'd have to acquire it for GameCube when I could just buy it on Switch. That's why I'm gonna just buy it on Switch. Buy a game. Thank you for sidestepping directly into that. That was actually hugely helpful. Yeah, this fire rate on the Pearl is unhelpful. Not having AoE really weakens the KSN. Thing is, KSN's also really good at looping cooldowns because the high hit count. You get 2 instances per projectile. Yeah, I think if you're going to use KSN in this setup, you do have to specialize a little more. Like, you really need those splash bonuses. I guess you don't need, but like gearing in a way to benefit all 3 of these weapons, you make a lot of sacrifices. Like, you're losing some crit damage that the Reflex really likes. You're losing bonus elements the Reflex really likes. You're losing Splash that the KSN really likes. Breath is the one least affected by the decisions made here. An addiction to reload speed. Reload speed's satisfying. It just so happens that I As a flak player, I'm not really hugely attached to it. Like, we can get a decent amount. Maybe we mess around respecking a little bit. Try out a setup with more second intention, and we grab agility training instead of gotta go fast. See how that plays out. Because it would be really nice on the KSN and the breath. Less so on the reflex, but that would also offset the fire rate being a problem. I'm gonna need you to go over my Zane build, see how Rossman can be. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that, Violet. A lot of stuff in this game isn't as straightforward as it seems, so it can be, like, less than apparent what could be different. Like, some of it is genuinely counterintuitive. And there's some things that are less than apparent to people who don't... People who have bad priorities like me stare at this stuff and go, okay, what can I change? Often it's, what can I change for the sake of changing it? And then you figure out, oh, this is more optimal. But, like, artifact class mod passes are way more massive than any non-theory crafters, like, acknowledge. Like, genuinely. This splash passive on this, just this one little line here, 39% splash, might not seem like a big deal. It's genuinely more impactful than, like, an entire skill tree. Like, I could just pull my points out of the blue tree here, and that splash still means more for my damage than that entire blue tree. And that's not because blue tree doesn't have good damage, it's just because gear it has crazy impacts on the damage you deal in this game. So, single passive versus one entire skill tree of mine. 27 skill points versus one passive. And that's kind of one of the main driving forces behind the conversation of, hey, part variance is too high, certain gear pieces matter too much. It's never a question of perfect gear, it's a question of this matters too much. Thank you, Dash. So yeah, little things like that can have a big impact on your build, like whether or not you have a splash passive there. If you're running a manufacturer that has a manufacturer crit passive available on class mod, that's like massive. I know it's something a lot of people aren't ready to hear, but that manufacturer crit passive is the reason why the doll reshuffle of the Hellfire makes it a buff. The Hellfire changing from Malawan to doll is a buff. But that's taboo. I don't like this double jump out of that ledge. Reminds me how many times those 3 barrels killed me. It do be like that, Briz. Hey Sora, how you doing? Interested in hugs? I love hugs. Do you need a hug as well? I will hug you back. Hugs are great. Tense every time we go past them. Oh, I got a little too silly there. This gives me an opportunity to use a different gun. Yeah, got myself with Breath too many times, and the issue with running Breath of the Dying and Hive Mind is that Hive Mind transfers any damage, or a percentage of any damage that you receive to your pet. But because the Breath Orbs are doing billions of damage, billions with a B, even transferring 15% of that is going to kill the pet. Now, the pet has millions of HP. Players have tens of thousands. hundreds of thousands with investment, but at most hundreds of thousands. So Breath is a gun where I would want a different skill tree than what I have now. If I were building for just that gun. We're testing things. Can't stay for long. Hope you and all chat have a pleasant day. Appreciate the good vibes, Sora. Who the fuck is working on their lawn? It's February. What are you doing? It's too early for you to start this shit. Gotta mow the snow. We don't have any snow on the ground right now because climate change said, haha, you don't get snow anymore. Which, you know, I don't like snow. So, okay. But, like, it's still fucking February. Oh, it is beautiful outside today. That fresh cut grass smell. It's just so obnoxious. And, like, I live in an area where people aren't gonna look at your fucking lawn. Like, they're just not. It's not like it's a flex or anything, it's just people micromanaging pointless shit. It's just so weird. I do like how the OGT anoint works out on this, because we're not running weapon type, since we're diversifying. We've got a shotgun, an SMG, and an AR. So we can just recover that by using OGT anoint. And between that and Hunter's Eye, we do have a good amount of V2, even without weapon type for machine. A lot of these downs, though, are to not having Rage and Recover. Shows you how important that skill is. Actually... I need the pet to do some damage here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'll try out the extra reload speed spec on the next run. Hey, Reparation, how you doing? Hope the testing's going well. It is going well. We're testing all sorts of things within the Gamma Burst build sphere. Trying to figure out. That's not a leaf blower. Sounds like a fucking weed whacker. Which, like, why? You don't have weeds right now. I know you don't. Rage recovers the flax skill I look at like you do Cloud of Lead. Oh, just very envious. Yeah, that makes sense. Price neighbor is Hank Hill. Maybe. COL, Cloud of Lead. Frizz is referencing how I cream my pants every time we talk about Cloud of Lead because it's just fantastic skill design. Thank you, bro. One of the only pure mults to mag size. It's a pure mult to mag size, appropriately placed in the skill tree. It's a tier 1, a high value tier 1. That also provides an increase to damage in the form of an elementally shifted bonus. So, like, it helps Ellie locked things. It helps anything you want to shoot more frequently. It's effectively a pure mult to mag size, so it has no weapon type bias, meaning it's as fantastic on launchers as it is on bullet hoses. It rolls on a couple class mods, so you can still get some value out of it there. And it caps at the damage goes past 5 points, but the free shot count doesn't. So it lets you do some interesting skill tree configurations. It's just really cool. Like, I could nerd out about Cloud of Lead for a long time. It's just a great skill. Top heavy. BL3 skill tree design is a little top heavy. Just like a little bit, depending on the character. Like, Amara's less top heavy. She's got some great stuff at the top of her skill tree. His personal space is incredible, for example. But like, she's a little less top heavy. A lot of the value in Amara trees is actually more around the middle. But if you look at, say, Flak, Interplanetary Stalker, Leave No Trace, Furious Attack, Persistence Hunter, those are all incredibly valuable T1s. Persistence Hunter is T1 appropriate. It's not like crazy. But like this skill, this could have been a T5. This skill could have been a T3. This skill could have also been up to like T4 in terms of proportionate value for what you're putting into it. Like, that's really top heavy. And then Moe's has fucking Skagden, a big surplus, a biofuel, Dakabear, Cloud of Lead. Like, all of that in T1. Deadlines, Grizzled. Even something comparatively less valuable like really big guns is still a good skill. It's just competing with fantastic skills. And then you have Zane, where, like, violent stuff. just those. Cold Bore. Like, early tier stuff is very, very high value in Borderlands 3. And bad T1 Mo skill. I'll wait. Throws Selva's Vengeance off a cliff, ignore them. Match set. Match set is... I still wouldn't call match set good. Like, it's fine. Match set isn't a bad skill, but it's just fine. Considering it competes with Cloud of Lead and 50% plus on gear, no, I stand by it being bad. It's one of those things that, the more you min-max, the worse it gets. Like, match set does not have a place when you're completely optimized, whereas Cloud of Lead will always have a place. So by that metric, yeah, I totally agree. And then you get mag size on Artifact is 72.5%. Oh, that alone is enough for most builds? Now, I would say that match set is more valuable than mag size on class mods, because that's just an inefficient slot usage unless you're doing something you absolutely have to sustain, like Lucky 7. Match set is cool skill design, though. It is cool skill design. I'd say the values could have been slightly bigger, but... anyway, I was gonna do reload speed stuff. So we'll put the Grim Harvest into second intention since we're not doing the GA tech right now anyway. Skip Hive Mind for right now. Who Rescued Who's a little more tank for me, but he bites is significantly more for the pet. More inclined to go extra he bites. SV, Selfless Vengeance. The only person to ever like Selfless Vengeance is Newt, and that was only to wind me up. It is truly a bad skill. It's even one of those things that its value would still be questionable even if you moved it to other characters. Like, if you move Selfless Vengeance to Flak, I probably still wouldn't take it. Maybe if it was put, like, a tier 1 blue instead of either Ferocity or Go for the Eyes, I'd take it, but in any other situation, I still don't think I would take it. Okay, so I got points to play with now. Since we're messing around with just the concept of the max reload speed, I'll max second intention instead of going down to take this. Hey, Pericles, thank you so much for the 10 months with the 10 streak. Good to see you. Hope things have been treating you well. I appreciate the support immensely. I could go 3 Fang with the rest of these points, honestly. 1 Throat Ripper is kind of enough for this. Yeah, let's see how this works out. It's not like it's faster. It'll be better in combat. How many skills in Purple Flag would you take over Selfless Vengeance? I would take Gotta Go Fast. I would take Throat Ripper. I would take Better Toys. I would take this. Depending on the build type, Monkey Do. I would take Fuzzy Math. Sometimes I would take Agility Training. Sometimes I'd take Combat Vet. Sometimes I'd take Lethal Force Authorized. But the ones that I absolutely wouldn't take over Selfless Vengeance would be Success, Imminent, Woolly Armor, Not Even a Challenge, Keep Them Safe, Capacitance. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 things I would never take over Selfless Vengeance. Explain? What are we explaining? Selfless Vengeance over a Capstone. Purple in a nutshell. Yep. Moses' worst skill that functions, we're not talking about Explosive Fury, is better than Flak's Purple Tree Capstone. Reload's nice, but ultimately if I wanted reload speed on flak like this, I'd just use kill stack. Like, sure, I get Gamma this way. Gamma Noid. I don't need it. I can just run spam a burst with kill stack. I don't see what I'm gaining by doing this. Yeah, reload speed is too much of an investment cost to matter on flak. Like, this is with all reload speed flak has available in tree, and it's still nothing impressive. Like, Zane and Amara both get more than this just innately without deviating within their tree. My Dedge? No, I'm good. Chilling. Listen, I actually take Why Can't I Carry in my no DLCs Assos build. Well, it's a wasted skill point. Or skill points. You can take it. Which doesn't make it ever the right choice, but you can take it. Taking Why Can't I Carry on Moze, with how she works, is akin to stapling a pocket to a storage unit. It's like, sure, you can technically hold more stuff, but, like, does it matter? Okay, because there's nowhere else to put it. There's somewhere else to put it. I guarantee there's somewhere else to put it. Put in Selfless Vengeance. Literally better. Why does BL3 have to be under 50 gigs? Because big file size means more game. So, this is what I like to call the reflux problem. Reflux has been overbuffed so much that it always feels better. Like, this is single target reflux damage without the chains against a raid boss. And it's still fine. And this is a multi-target weapon. Like, it's very hard to justify shooting guns that aren't the reflux on flak. Like, it's very hard to justify. There's just pure reflux with most of my buffs not on right there. Night shift next week? No. Can you bring good snacks, Etrigan? I know that's something that always got me through. I haven't had to work a night shift in many years at this point, but I always looked forward to food. It helped. Also can't smoke at work. Oof. Yeah, I hope you can find a way to keep yourself entertained. Reflux just cooks too hard. I'm gonna redo this. Put my skill tree back to something more reflux inclusive. BO3 installation about 25% down. Oh, it's going fast. I'll probably fuck around with this for like a couple days and uninstall the game again. That's why there's some games that I don't play frequently that I just keep installed anyway, because I know I'm going to reinstall them. I don't get rid of them. You know something I could try here? Just to prove a point? I could shoot a brainstormer. I'm gonna do that actually. Go next to max corrosive. Because even without Gamma Anoint, it still works out well formula-wise. No idea how this will go, but I'm curious. Speed of installation isn't a big problem with the game size here. It'd be downloaded in the background while I play D&D. Is it just making room for it? Now, interestingly, there is actually a case for Two Fang here for the next 2 points for the Brainstormer. Because the mileage you get out of extra projectiles, with the number of bonus elements and the effect it has on total hit count, it could be something. But I think I'm just gonna go Grim Harvest. Yeah, well, yeah, I'll just go Grim Harvest. But know that for the purpose of making this Brainstormer do damage, I do think 2 points in Two Fang is worth more than 6% gun damage. I'm just choosing to not do that anyway. Yeah, I could set this up in a way where I could have 3 Two-Fang. Which does sound good, but... just go with that. Is there a mod that already exists that fixes Gamverse bug that you know of? Yeah, I don't think so. CZ would know better, and he says no, so I believe. So I need to make sure I have this Brainstormer in my hand when Gamma Burst ends. It's going to be very lackluster damage to start. Actually, that's still more than I was expecting. It's still way more than I was expecting. What? This is one of those situations where I get really annoyed. Well, I feel validated because I get really annoyed whenever people say things like people like to try to put Brainstorm in the same box as Dictator, saying, "Oh, it's just got a better version." Yes, while the Reflux is a better version of the Brainstormer, the Brainstormer itself is not bad. The Dictator isn't bad because of the Monarch. The Dictator is bad because the Dictator is bad. Like, you see with examples such as the Brainstormer and the Cutspin, they're still viable. They still do good damage. Dictator just doesn't have that going for it. Dictator simply sucks. At every point. Even when the Monarch isn't available, the Dictator sucks. Now we have next to Max Corrosive, yeah. That's still good damage. People being stupid is like 90% of my problems with everything. Exhibit A for why the Reflux didn't need a buff. Reflux has gotten 3 buffs. Now, Brainstormer did also get 2 of those buffs, but Reflux got 1 that the Brainstormer didn't. Which is crazy, because Reflux was always better than the Brainstormer. Like, out of the box, Reflux was just stronger in a more favorable element. If they also gave it a buff. And we know why they gave it the buff. Metrics. Usage. People just simply weren't listening when the Flak Theory Crafters were like, yo, this thing's crazy. I just need my next 2 mags back. Hit me. And there's the damage. It's very hard to see with this, I must say. Oh, there's Gamma Bug. Not the normal one, so I'll take that. It's not the one where I'm completely locked out. It is the one where it just failed to work. People being stupid. Really enjoying Forspoken's got like solid 8 out of 10 from every moment. Really, that's good to know. I am wondering how people are gonna look at it, 6 months from now when it's less trendy to hate it. To find a funny at Boundary Berries simply because there's nothing else to use Relic-wise than Bear. Well, there's actually a lot of other stuff to use. It's called Banjo Bear for the meme. It hasn't actually used Banjo Bear since the very early stages. And depending on your choice of weapon, there's, well, even outside of your choice of weapon, there's simply better things. Like, literally any artifact with AoE is doing more for your setup than Banjo. Even if not using splash guns on Bear. And there's the discovery of Elemental Projector doing a thing with Bear, which apparently it doesn't on Cub, so I want to recheck how it works on Bear, if it does at all. Like, there's that. There's Snowdrift for when you're outside of Bear. There's Sparkplug for if you want damage during your downtime outside of Bear as well. In theory, Atom Bomb should work if you apply Rad Dots with things that are not Bear itself. So, that's there too. Even Death Rattle has more of a shot than Banjo. Provided it works. Which it sometimes likes to just not do. Brainstormer Bridge Clear? What year is it? What year is it? When Malawan Takedown first came out, this was one of the most coveted strats for bridge clear. Just going over here and brainstorming everything down. It was this or 3-shot fade with stagecoach ricochets, or 3-shot fade with launchers. Be it Nukem, Scourge, Lump. Those were all choices here. Fish with Grenade Anoint and Static Charge is also really good for Banjo Bear. Yeah, there you go, you got another option. Fake 2019 game around, let's see a Hive. Hive was used here too, yeah. The most common loadout you'd see for gun flak builds on this bridge here was before the stagecoach popularity hit its peak, was Maggie, Brainstormer, and then Double Cutsman. After Gunboy caught on, you saw a spike in usage of Stagecoach and Garcia. And after the Malawan challenge that Moxie ran, you saw it increase in launchers as well. We'll attack him and kill. Should, right? No, it did. Bonus element bug plus stagecoach was a fun time. Yeah, yeah. You can still get similar gameplay, it's just you're brute forcing it through more actual power than engine quirks we didn't fully understand at the time. Love the Cutsman days, but honestly we have the DNA now and it shreds. DNA is so good, but it gets slept on once again because people say shit like Plasma Coil best SMG and don't give it a second thought. Borderlands players' obsession with the word best is so actively harmful to people experiencing Borderlands games. Extremely frustrating. Very big pet peeve of mine. Trying to activate my action skill. Couldn't quite manage that. That's fine. I got too aggressive with the self-damage. I think it's fine, though. There we go. Brainstormer only takedown. You know what is the best SMG? Bloodstar Beast. It's equal in power to the fish. Fake news, Viper. Bloodstar Beast is an AR, silly. Everything else is true. So yeah, Brainstorm are fully viable. SMG version of Soul Render for me. It's an AR. Please see PC Bloodborne, please. Oh yeah, we talked about old Stagecoach gameplay. I can simulate that a little bit. Kind of. I did actually make a save for just doing that with Garcia. Now, I miss old Garcia, not OG Garcia, because OG Garcia was shit, but there was a Garcia version in between that one and this one where it basically fired like the Dakota. Gamma Burst in this stream? Hey, Stump. I just switched to Fadeaway, but I'll be going back. Yeah, the Garcia. Another gun that's better than the Hellwalker. The topic's come up a lot recently. But like, I hate the concept of best, I hate the concept of tier list, I hate the concept of ranking things, because as a theory crafter, it's disingenuous and you have to leave out context to make any of that stuff work. But if you, on pain of death, forced me to do those things anyway, Hellwalker quite literally does not even make the top 15 shotguns. Not even top 15. Because things like this exist. Does a devoted deal splash? I don't think so. But I don't remember. That was just me not managing my action skill well. Shotguns are Gearbox's second favorite weapon type, have been for ages. Behind what, pistols? That was just bad aim. Yeah, pistols. Makes sense. Devoted is not splash. Yeah, that's what I thought. That was fun on Moze. It has no more synergy with Moze than it does with any other character. In fact, I'd say Devoted would be like only particularly synergistic with Amara, because it'd be a fairly consistent, indiscriminate thing, but like that is also true of many guns. That's the biggest thing Devoted would do on Moze is the standard elective element Maliwan stuff with Harmonious Havoc, but beyond that, I don't see any particular synergy. Remember the earlier topic about shoot gun for a long time, no mean gun good. Not really going to Mario either. Yeah, there you go. Gotta go. Some damn fine people are taking me out to a birthday lunch. I'll flag some shit up for me coagulators, y'all. Oh, happy birthday, Nunu. Happy birthday. I feel like a bad friend for not knowing that, but I barely remember my family's birthdays. I'll give myself that out. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful lunch. Hey, Cal, thank you so much for the Prime for the 15. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope things have been treating you well. Always good to see you. SF Force, wish it did Splash. SF Force would be pretty busted if it did Splash. Like, SF Force does legitimately good damage if you are on the primary fire mode. I'd be a little worried if it did Splash. Like, it's not great where it is right now, but it is good. If it had all the advantages that come with being Splash, things like, you know, just the raw damage difference from having Splash passive. But then you also have things like Skagden on those, double dipping on short views. That'd be crazy. That'd be real crazy. It'd probably be better than all the other SMGs. Ouch. So, the feel of this Garcia is like a baby version of OG Stagecoach right now. Quiet game. Another thing I regret about loving most stuff like Garcia is just not great. Some weapons are just gonna need more character synergy to be made truly desirable. The Muslim Slack only has one major thing from our guns, that is also true. Don't shoot me. Thank you. Garcia slaps. Yo, that's a sick rack commander. Hang on. Splash and melee with Too Eager to Impress? That had splash radius. That'd be insanely good. That's really good. All Mo's asked for an optimal gun is one that does a single instance of splash damage every 1/10 of a second. That's not too much to ask. I mean, that time interval thing is very negotiable. You can simply just shoot more. Most uses guns. Not a gun game, by the way, but she can. Yeah, today is definitely one of those what year is it days. I listened to a new Linkin Park song this morning. We're using the fucking Brainstormer. We're all over the place. I kind of want to take this to GTD. Bring a Fearmonger. Let's take this to GTD. So I'm thinking tomorrow's stream content will also probably be BL3. Maybe I do a playthrough with like increased spawns and stuff. Do that true melee Amara run. Customize the difficulty and such. Dialogue skips we can probably fit in the playthrough in one stream, maybe, provided I move quickly. But just note that I'll be off for Sunday through Tuesday, the following Tuesday. So, 9 days. Should have used the dash there. The movement mod definitely feels great in GTD as well, because you can just get a lot more options. It's a low grab. Probably be really fun in Jackpot DLC. Ouch. You know, that might be one of the first times I've ever been down by a Vonda. They barely ever attack, so being hit by them is, humbling. Tried so hard to get Dakota to work with those, to be honest, it doesn't feel good. Okay, so how many different ways do I have to say Jacobs is shit on Moe's? Lucky 7 is the exception. Like, Jacobs is one of the weaker manufacturers, and it has no synergies with Moe's whatsoever. Even something with serviceable damage like the Dakota, at its peak, is going to be less desirable than a lot of other options, and Dakota's gimmick of it providing amped splash shots is still not every shot. Also, it flips between elements. Also, Dakota doesn't even have one of the very few advantageous things Jacob's manufacturer has, that being the ricochets on crit. Dakota has no ricochets. If I had access to a dialogue skip, I'd be tempted to do a Gundava playthrough in TVHM, honestly. Yeah. Can I make this? Nope. Nope. I jumped too late. I need to jump while my feet are still on the ground. Clean. He's triple jumping. Being Clairvoyant's work on M4 with Moe's is still one of my fondest memories, about the only Jacobs I did. Like, with current knowledge, you could also take Clairvoyance to a point where it probably works okay, because you do have the superior firepower option available. But outside of that being serviceable, and Lucky 7 being a massive outlier, what are the other things you have, really? Sure, you could shoot a Rowan's, but for Rowan's to have any real value, you're going to need to hit crits, and hitting crits on Moe's is not something that is A, feasible, and B, particularly advantageous. Fire in the Skagden damage does not scale on crits at all. Then you have Blade Fury, which... it's... Blade Fury. Like, attributing Blade Fury power to being Jacobs would be pretty weird, but sure, you can have that one. Like, what does that leave? Kings, Queens, same problem as Rowan's, but at least Rowan's will do some amount of damage when you don't crit. Kings, Queens won't. It's just another thing representative of, common fallacies in the Borderlands fandom. How people will say, jerk off Jacobs constantly, and then shit on Tediore. Tediore took a 50% manufacturer nerf, and still absolutely smokes Jacobs, nearly across the board. Yet, if you ask non-theory crafters, they would, not guess that. Not because you need any particular theory crafting knowledge to know that, but it's because simply being willing to try things out and weigh things objectively rather than basing your entire consumption of a game franchise off of top 10 lists. To introduce you to the BLJ. Is this like a BLT with an extra friendly twist? Your fallacy? Yes. Holmes. Yes, I'm interested. Tell me more. And Swojan Mozo is just standing for mediocre? Because if so, I agree. If the stands for mediocre, yes. Backwards long jump? Oh, yeah. There's so many games that have backwards long jump. Yeah, it's in Mario 64. It's a thing in Pokemon Scarlet Violet speedruns as well. It's just bacon, lettuce, tomato. Jacob Sniper with the melee dot counts, but it's a Bleed Fury case. Yeah, it's not the weapon doing the thing, it's the weird properties they, like, Ionic Disruptor, the dot from it can short fuse, so that's a Moe's use case, but you don't even shoot the gun, you go and punch someone while holding it. So, like, Not to boast or anything, but I too introduced this skill-based speed boost glitch with dashing. You did. You did. I haven't been able to hit that consistently, but I have noticed it a couple times. If you hit certain terrain at certain angles, you can launch yourself with the air dash. Like that. Like that. Hey, I did it first try. Stupid bug, hard to fix. It's just kind of fun. I wouldn't worry about it. Ionic Dock and short fuse. Yep. Half of the EMP grenade can also short fuse. I suppose it's not half, but one of the two instances delivered by the EMP grenade can also short fuse. And indiscriminate and sustainment, great for true melee versus Guardians. Yeah, and the shock dot is actually pretty good. It's one of the better dots in the game. Hey Raid, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're well. So, this is optimal crystals for flat gun builds, by the way. Just let the enemies fight over there. You can thin out some of them. But ultimately, you just, you let them do this. You can achieve this with Red Fang, achieve this with Dominance, achieve this with Mesmer. You can even achieve this with Gravity Snare, provided you have enough Purple Tree investment. One of the very few good use cases for Gravity Snare. But in this case, we're just using Mesmer and Dominance. Almost completely uncontested. Did let some enemies in at the end here. Well, there's a Gamma Bug. Not the most crippling one, but that was a Gamma Bug. There a shtick or central idea you're working on with the build? Yeah, so this is a concept we've referred to as spamma burst in the past. Generally, people like to build Gamma Burst in a way where they go for things like duration increases, but you'll notice that we have avoided every single duration increase because Gamma Burst has a duration of 20 seconds and a cooldown of 30. Now, between the single point and eager to impress, having cooldown passes on gear and topped off, but also head count plus Megavore and appropriate weapon choice, you can basically completely eliminate the cooldown of Gamma Burst, giving you 100% uptime. So shortening the duration, what that does is gives you more overlap between action skill end effects and the actual benefits of Gamma Burst. So while it's on, we have Empathic Rage for damage equivalent to three extra points in Pack Tactics, which is a lot. But we also have our ASC 50s. We have ASC 50 Fire here, ASC 50 Corrosive here, and those only last 10 seconds. So by cycling a full Gamma Burst, when that ends, these two turn on for 10 seconds. Our Empathic Rage turns off because Gamma Burst Anoint is weird and broken. It stays on as long as we don't switch to a weapon without that Anoint. So switching to this res would be bad for us, for example. I could probably just put something else here. What do I put here? Put that there. So yeah, but then if we cycle with head count and eager to impress quickly enough, we can get back in Gamma Burst before these wear off. So we would have all the benefits of ASE cycling with all the benefits of having Gamma Burst active for a window of something that translates to around 8 seconds. 8 seconds is a good amount of time. For reference, there's a lot of anoints that last either 8 or 12 seconds. Those are the most common intervals. Some of them are 10, but 8, 10, 12 are where they tend to be. And with both ASEs and Gamma Burst with Empathic Rage active, you actually have more damage than a fadeaway build would have. And this is with Gamma being viewed as the defensive action skill. It's like it also gives you more opportunity to move it as long as they're not ads. The burst itself we don't care about. Like, it's just a teleport location for the pet in the setup. If we were using Burst Aid, then yeah, being able to move it more often would be nice, but we're using Atomic Aroma instead, because that gives the pet a damaging aura around it. And since we have a point in Throat Ripper, any damage coming from the pet is able to crit. And any pet crits do, in fact, iterate Flax Leave No Trace. So things standing near the pet can give me ammo. Also, we have enough incidental damage increases for the pet from just happening to get it on other skills that pet can, in fact, secure some kills. It's most notable against things like Woden and Anathema, where it'll do enough damage to actually matter. But one of the downsides of this skill tree is that we don't have Pet Revive. I've opted to get those points in purple instead of taking Pet Revive. Should use the KS in here. Bust my own shield for my Revolter bonus. Experimenting with weapon choice is going to be a thing we're going to need to look at here. I'm thinking a Shock Bloodstar Beast or a Shock Monarch would be really good to have on here. Bloodstar Beast would be better for, say, enemies like this. Because these Sarahs float out of reflux range. Reflux is our big moneymaker here. So instead I have to chip at them with Kaisen. That's the res. Yeah, res is an option for getting the pet up, but we don't have pet revive, so the pet being alive is a little less relevant. The pet's invulnerable during Gamma Burst, and activating Gamma Burst force respawns the pet anyway, so we don't need to worry too much about what the pet's doing. It is able to redirect some damage for us while it's alive, because we have Shared Spirit and Hive Mind. Shock Smog. Could be okay. Yeah, Shock Smog would be okay. You'd benefit from the Hyperion crit. Yeah, not a bad shot. So this is one of those times where the nature of the mod, I can't ground slam because I'm not perfectly still. So it'll just send me in the direction that I'm moving. Oh, was that double jump? Oh yeah, I got a mod on for double jump and air dashes. It's fun stuff. Credit to CZ for being an absolute Chad. Think about it, Skull's like a pocket creamer. Yeah, it's a pretty apt description. Go. So Gamma Burst will be over here, and that's actually a good thing. So that means I can cycle it. It'll be on for this. Never mind. Doesn't apply if I go down during the animation. We still got keep lights on the boss though. Rage and Recover would be so nice here. Or an auto idol. Yeah, do I want to just run an auto idol here? Like Flesh Melter auto idol could be sick. That's what we want. Yeah, we can get two cycles and one activation. Could probably get maybe get a third, depending on how late I activate. Yeah, this is something I really wanted to test this on. You could use Gamma Burst to make this boss go by quite quickly. Like, a little more pet damage would let non-Gamma Burst do some work here too. Like, as long as you have a single point in Heat Bites, and you have Gamma Burst active, and are not using a Countess or a Loader, then Anathema will always phase itself if it hits the pet. But if Gamma Burst is not active, you do actually need some pet formula to achieve that. Reason being, the pet will reflect more instances before going down. Well, it'll reflect all of them if Gamma Burst is active because it can't go down. So that's why it always phases. But if it doesn't have Gamma Burst active, then it only reflect until it goes down. So you would have to either increase the HP of the pet so it reflects more of them, or you would have to increase the damage of the actual reflects. Either one works. But formula works a little bit better. Has more uses. Pet's already tanky enough for everything not named Anathema in the game. I'm doing Raptor. Ouch. Favorite skills in BL3, BL2? There was that earlier discussion about how much I love Cloud of Lead. Rage and Recover, Cloud of Lead are two of my big favorites. I really like Free the Soul as well. Jaras are so aggressive. It's not like them. CCC personal favorite. That's a good one. Free Soul is very fun. It's such a shame it has an internal cooldown. Weirdly, it sometimes just decides to ignore the internal cooldown. Like, sometimes you just get 2 procs instead of 1. Which is, like, strange. But, yeah. If it was on, like, actually every frozen kill, it'd be so crazy. Nothing has a bigger impact on my enjoyment of a run like Release the Beast. Release the Beast is cool. Samsara. Free the Soul, Anima, Avatar, Mindfulness, Blitz when it works, Find Your Center. Blitz when it works is great. Blitz having a cooldown was just weird. Like, you could almost forgive the hitbox issues, some of them at least, if it didn't have that weird cooldown. Like, I like the idea of refreshing the cooldown by chaining, but they could have just tied a different condition to getting a Blitz kill, and just always let you have the Blitz punch. was a very stubborn Sarah. I really like Avatar, like, no doubt it's good. It's the worst version of what this idea is. Like, why does Avatar not simply gain another action skill charge? Why does Avatar use a reset the cooldown? So annoying. It is a weird implementation. Like, if Amara action skills just had 2 charges, like, they were fine giving Mantis base 3 and 5 with augments. They're fine giving Rack Attack base 2, 3 with augments, 4 with gear. I don't know why Amara had to go a roundabout like that and open itself up to all the bugs. Not that the other methods don't have bugs associated, but they're less problematic bugs. Like, anointments are way too strong in this game, playable without them in higher difficulties? Yes. Anointment strength is going to depend on what exactly your build archetype is. Like, some classes are going to get more value in general out of anoints. Some build styles are going to get more value in general. You're missing out on huge opportunities for improving your build by skipping them altogether. But the system is not as cut and dry problematic as I can't speak, as people make it out to be. Like, the anointment system does more well than poorly. For example, terror anoints are extremely well designed in almost all cases. You have anoints with meaningful gameplay changes and pros and cons, such as URAD. Moses' Iron Bear cooldown on kill anoint is extremely good and underrated because nobody even thinks about clicking it. Like, there's lots of anoints that do add flavor and fun and enable builds, and I would say as a build crafter that the game would suffer more by not having that system than it would benefit by not having that system. And, like, there's overhaul mods that have attempted to do away with the anoint system, and it just creates more balance problems. Like, Gorillas in the Mist, variant to Fadeaway becomes the only variant you bother using in a world without anoints. It's anoints that are keeping that thing situational. The reason why Gorillas was so popular on the launch of the game, aside from it being hyped in content creation, is because at that point, we didn't have the ASE 50 anoints on Grenade and Shield. We didn't have things like... there wasn't this focus on action skill spam. At least not to the same extent. So, you lost nothing. To the point where if you unnerfed Gorillas right now, like you gave it back its old duration, it would actually nerf it. Despite it getting an increase in damage, because it would be harder for you to maintain action skill start and action skill end effects. Anoints add an extra layer to build crafting that's very, very welcome. Now, there are a bunch of anoints that don't need to exist, because they're not good, and there's some that are too powerful. But they've done more to rein in the ones that are too powerful. Not all of them, but a good amount. For example, in one of the last patches to the game, they did take a huge swing at a bunch of the generalist anoints people were really leaning on. Consec hits went from 200 to 100, for example, on gun damage. 300 over 90 became 150 over 90. URAD went from 150% rad bonus element to 100. And none of those killed those anoints. They just reined in the ceiling and made the difference between the floor and the ceiling smaller, which is healthier. I feel like anoints would have been better implemented if there weren't so many and are easy ways to keep them always up available. I generally agree. And, like, there's some anoints that they just flat out broke and never fixed. Like, the rack slag anoint, the one that's enemies take more damage from guns after you hit them with rack attack. Yeah, they broke that with DLC 5 release and never fixed it, ever. It has not functioned in over 2 years. Does literally nothing. And things like that are more likely to happen when there's such a large pool. Like, if your game had, say, 6 anoints and one of them breaks completely, that's much easier to notice. It's much more high profile to devote resources towards fixing, you know? But when your game has 50 anoints, well, there's a bunch that are really good, a bunch that are underappreciated but still good. There's some that simply don't function. There's some that are shit and always have been shit. There's some that got crept out due to time. There's definitely too many anointments. And in terms of changing your desired anointment, well, the Iridium economy is still pretty fucked. When your players are stressing more about how to bypass a system than how to work within a system, that means your system is shit. Just my 2 cents. Getting a Scourge is so awkward on some builds because you need ads. And with Reflex, having the ads really helps. Your Amara having the ads really helps. Also Eraser having ads helps. Which anointments don't work? Rack Slag, the one I mentioned, does not function. There used to be a Terror Extra Projectile anoint. Now that one, they could never get to work properly. It always did more than it said it did. So they did stop that one from dropping eventually. There was a time where Amara's Phase Slam damage, not the Phase Slam gun damage one, the one for just damage from Phase Slam itself, that one didn't work for a while. They did eventually fix that. Now, there's still parts of certain Phase Slam action skills that don't get it, but it mostly works. Terror Projectile. No, Rest in Piss Terror Projectile. Not Rest in Peace, Rest in Piss. It was terribly implemented, and at no point did it have any positive value in the game. They absolutely did the right thing by scrapping it instead of investing resources into something that was not worth said resources. Sometimes you need to know when to take the L, and I massively respect them deciding to take the L on that anointment. Hey Bear Dragon, long time no see, hope you're doing well. It's amazing he'll die on this hill. I mean, okay. You're entitled to be wrong. It's amazing if you're a Redditor who wanted to farm karma by uploading clips of you crashing your own game shooting a 27 projectile cuts minute Graveward. That's about it. I think Ellie Crit Nova and ASE status effect could have been combined into one. Yeah. Speaking of ASE status effect, that doesn't work quite how it says it does, so that's another one you consider it as not working. The rack attack crit one is not the crit damage type that you'd expect it to be, so that is another one not working as advertised. The extra rack charge anoint does not stack with extra rack charge from the rack commander class mod, meaning that in some situations it can fail to function. There's some anoints that present themselves as being mode-based, but they're actually on this happen, do this, and they go away if you switch weapons. For example, Auto Bear Incendiary. I believe Amara's Siren Rat anoint still doesn't show the correct value on the card. They fixed that? Cool. Grasp Active doesn't work on targets that can't be lifted. There's one. So some of the stuff does get fixed. And the point of this list is not to say that they never fix anything. They've fixed a lot. They've fixed a lot of things over this game's life. But by the nature of there being a lot of things in this game, it's much easier for things to slip through the cracks. Which is why I think BL3's weapon balance should be applauded more than it is, because it simply has way more items than other Lands games. Like, by far. Yet more of them are viable than in other Lands games, by far. So they did manage to do a good job. Now, some of them are way too strong, but I think given a choice between something like BL2's endgame model, where almost nothing is good, and BL3's endgame model, where some things are too good, I would rather have the latter problem. That's just me, though. Gearbox, please fix auto bear ammo 8%. Yeah, that's one that turns off if you swap away, or if you don't have it in your hand when you spawn auto bear. And Zane has one that functions that's 30%. Some annoys just don't need to exist. Some are just worse in all cases than others that exist. Yeah. There are some that are just fully redundant. There's some that have just such specific use cases that it's like, when would you ever click this? Like, there's one for accuracy and charge time after phase grasping an enemy. Have you ever felt like you needed more accuracy on Amara? And does Amara, the character with 2 charge speed skills, need a charge speed anoint? Also, you know what that doesn't give you? Damage. You know what Amara lacks the most? Single target damage. Like, it just doesn't help anything. Breaks you go down at all. That one breaks too. Amazing. There we go. They put the QL annoyance on the one character that doesn't need it. Yeah. There's like a fire rate and reload speed anoint on Zane. Explain that one. This spam a flaccid burst build? Yeah, Sam. Ooh, it's a nice globetrotter. Let's pop back over to Malawan. A lot of this is the getting good. Playing Flak aggressively without Pet Revive and without Rage and Recover is takes some adjustment, but it is fun. Also believe AAC status effect has AAC accuracy and handling along with it. Oh, I remember you mentioned that a while ago. Yeah, there's a few anoints that have combined effects. I can think of some on Moze, Amara, and Zane. I can't think of any combined anoints on Flak off the top of my head. I want that smog. Hang on. Let me grab that. Oh, Sen, we also used a Brainstormer for True Malawan. We did full True Malawan with only the Brainstormer. Mostly to stress out Monarch haters. Forgot to use my Fearmonger in that GTD. I mean, stress out Monarch haters using Brainstormer. So, you know all the people who assert that Dictator is bad because the Monarch exists and not because the Dictator is bad? Well, DNA exists and Cutsman isn't obsolete. Multitap exists and Link isn't obsolete. Plague Bear exists and Scourge isn't obsolete. It's heavily overshadowed, but not fully obsolete. And the same thing applies to Reflux Brainstormer. Their list of all guns deal splash. On Loot Lemon, it will denote when a weapon deals splash. So, like, let's say we go to the page for Guardian Angel, and if you read it, it'll say if the projectiles deal splash damage or not. Loot Lemon is a great resource, community resource, and I can vouch for it. It is not a, a regular wiki. The oversight is done by people who actually fact-check their info and coordinate with community members and theory crafters. Loot Lemon's great for that. It's also a filter option, yes. Thank you, CZ. Also, why is there phase cast status chance? There's AAC status chance and damage at higher card values. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Zane's got some redundant ones like that too. Barrier status chance, I believe, is one Zane has. Barrier status chance. Can someone make that one make sense to me? Like, what was the concept? So way too long, thinking the name was Pokemon themed. Loodlemon. If I'd had Gamma on, that would have been good. Yeah, that was without Revolter. pretty good. Feeling when you make someone rage quit in Pokemon Showdown because you counter their entire team. Let's go, Ken. I had a game like that the other day where people don't respect the Floatzel. In Gen 9 doubles OU, they don't respect Floatzel. There's some people who do because they've been beaten by it. But like, there's some people who get really, really cocky. Then I'm just like, okay, I click Wave Crash. Like, people think they can survive a Wave Crash from Floatzel. They can't. It's just that simple. You don't. You think you live? You don't. Terra Water Wave Crash in the rain one-shots Hydreigon. Resisted. One-shots. That's without Helping Hand. And you can achieve that with either Choice Band or Life Orb. I run Choice Band because more damage, but like, you can do that with Life Orb too. I think Mystic Water still has it on a range. Like, it's crazy good. So, you just bring Floatzel and you can just take out 2 Mons if they don't respect it. Because it's super hard to pivot into if you don't have counter weather. Or Storm Drain. Use Eviolite Bisharp to counter Goldengo, Clodsire to counter both Gyarados and Skeleturge. Clodsire is a whole fucking house, man. Like, it's crazy to me that they gave Clodsire 3 good abilities, a fantastic typing, a fantastic move pool, great bulk. Like, I feel vaguely insulted as a Quagsire fan, but like, it's fine. Clodsire is typing Poison Ground? Yeah. Poison Ground, and you can run Water Absorb for a Water immunity. I mean, Water even heals you with Water Absorb. Or you can run Unaware to just be a massive pain in the ass to kill. The interesting thing is, depending on which format people play more, they will expect different things from Clodsire, so you can do a lot of mind games with it. Like, if someone's mostly a singles player, they'll expect Unaware, so you just have Water Absorb and you troll that way. If someone's mostly a doubles player, they're more likely to expect Water Absorb, so you can get away with having Unaware and they won't click water moves into you. It's like running Sandforce Gastrodon can get you some surprise kills because they just stop clicking water moves into it and they don't think you can one-shot, but you can. Oh, also, I completely don't remember the Valkyries fight. Or boxes. Like, I've been on autopilot. I don't remember what I even did. That's how much I've done takedowns in this game. Completely brain off. Fucking love takedowns. Ooh, the dot got me. Paldean Whooper's what we call adorable. Friends know I love Paldean Whooper and call him Pooper to annoy me. I really like shiny Paldean Whooper. Because it gets the color scheme of original Whooper, while still having the different ear thing. It's really cool looking. Hey, it's Kato. How you doing? Small note about Ellie Crit seems a damage source of the Nova status effect damage. Just wanted to share. That's interesting, because that's like... That's useless info to anyone but Amara. I guess it's vaguely useful on Moze. But, like, you're already gonna have those bonuses. So it's just, okay, there's a double dip there that we didn't account for. But that's pretty much all that means. Because you can't have... Like, all the other status effect annoyance are also in the gun slot. So... I guess that just means Amara's like, yay, I still have maxed anima if I'm trying to take advantage of this, you know? And Moze probably already has superior firepower. Explosive Fury still doesn't work. And then, I guess Zane might be more inclined to pick up an Executor, but he's probably already doing that. Wildfire also double dip status damage. Yeah, Contagion status. Doing good, finally have full mouth activity again after I had a wisdom tooth removed. So that's one of those sentences where the tail end of it changes the context. Maybe I'm online too much, but I read the first half of that, and... Same? Okay. Gamma Burst. Really, as soon as we got to the boss, it broke. It was fine the whole run. The second we click Gamma Burst against Wotan, it's like, I'm breaking now. How's Smog doing? Smog's doing well. I'm gonna have to go at this with no annoyance, because functional video game, but... It's fine. Had my wisdom teeth removed 2 weeks ago, shit sucked. Ugh. Part of me vaguely wants to try Redistributor on this setup. But then part of me doesn't. Do it? Why? I don't know. Alright, fine, because you twisted my arm about it. You guys are my witness, right? CZ yelled at me for 10 full minutes, said all sort of horrible things just to get me to do this. I would never have done this on my own. Do it not because you have to, do it because you can. Sorry, I kind of want to try Ritas on this. CZ did nothing. That's not true, Viper. That's it's fake news. Definition of mid? Yes. That's why it would be funny if it worked well here. This isn't the one with the weird barrel accessory situation, right? Okay, good. Just had to be sure. There's no shot this goes well. Switch to the other pearl. Give it as much of an advantage as we possibly can. We have the smog if things go horribly. Test this, you don't have to. No one would think to test that. We're even gonna respec for this, because this is a use case for Two Fang. Two Fang gonna be big here. Do I go for deep green? I could monkey do. Honestly, hear me out. No, don't hear me out. Don't listen to me. I'm unhinged. Don't listen to me. Monkey doo doo. Real. Like 16 points. It would leave me 12. I could still max pack tactics. Monkey do it for the memes. This is gonna be such a shit show. I went that far for shared spirit because I'm gonna need that. Why am I doing this? That's more impactful. Fadeaway cycling tube land for the setup. It would work. Just I've been enjoying doing Gamma for the novelty. Like you get Atomic Aroma, you get Empathic Rage. That's been the focus. There's probably a way of doing Fadeaway here that's like fine, but eh. Affected Quagga that before message even popped on my screen. I'm just built different. Like, I want you guys to know that specking Monkey Do instantly gave me a headache. Like, instantly. Oh, I'm down from something. Oh, I'm up from something. That Gamma Purple Tree Monkey Dude is a pet builds. Hate you. Heckmos. Hey, Puppy. Like, this is less shit than I thought it would be. Just upsets me to use Monkey Dude. Micro would be very happy to see this. Micro would be overjoyed to see this. They still kicking. How's Borderlands 3 going? It's going well. We're messing around with a bunch of build concepts. This is kind of like, it's the thing I've done most on Twitch. Just build crafting for BL3. So it's my comfort zone. But yeah, I'm just bouncing between pieces of content, messing around with half-baked build ideas. It's gone well so far. How is this? Yeah, it's just kind of working. Spam a burst redistributor. Okay, see, that could have been a lot better. Now we have ASE, so it works. Played the first one partway through the second, never 3 though. 3 is a real, like, build crafting playground. I don't really play these games for the story experience. Like, Mass Effect is something I'll play for the narrative value. Borderlands is not something I've ever looked to for narrative stuff, although I enjoy the high quality stuff when it happens. This is where the builds nerd in me really thrives. Staring at damage formulas and skill tree planners for hours instead of actually playing the game until I can then binge the game for unreasonable amounts of time. I'm probably going to break 7,000 hours in this game this year. And almost none of that time is in playthroughs. So, I'm a bit weird, but I like it. Is 3 multiplayer only? Kind of thought it was. No, there's story. There's no content in this game that's multiplayer only. What you can do is just Amara's capstone with laugh. No, stop. It's not. It's bad. You're bad. Feel bad. Okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be. Kind of uncomfy about it. Fantastic is online only. Internet will let me play. Many of the newer games require constant civil connection. Yeah, it's not online only. Now, much like Borderlands 2, there are hotfixes. You need to have an internet connection when launching the game to, like, when you first arrive at the main menu, having an active connection means you get soft patches. So you'll have the most up-to-date version of the game, but you don't need to maintain the connection while playing. I too detest online-only stuff because I don't have a fully stable internet connection a lot of time either. Yeah, it says the streamer. Yeah. But I've had some ISP-related turmoil a lot over the last few years. So online-only games would be really just bad for me too. Maybe we'll look into it. Love the first one. Don't really know why I never finished the second. The first one, to me, from a narrative perspective, is still my favorite because it's got that grim tone to it. I mean, you know how I feel about Mass Effect 2 and why I really like the tone of that one. I sort of... It's vaguely in the same area of, hey, this is fucking bleak. There's some interesting storytelling that you can tell in a world like that. Borderlands 2 kind of completely dropped that. Borderlands 2 decided, hey, we're gonna be silly now. I was like, oh, okay, that's fine, I guess. Missed the old thing, but that's fine. And then BL3 just kind of continues the silly tone. Hey, Boom, how you doing? Ouch. I don't like that this works. I mean, it's another dub for Hyperion weapons on Flak. Just go ridiculously well together. Flak may as well be made by Hyperion. But I don't like the redistributor. I'm just being a hater. I'm fully self-aware. This build you were asking about before? No, different thing. Although, there's like... Oh, you mean the Gamma thing? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, this is it. We changed up the skill tree a little bit for redistributor memes. Like, I have more purple than I would have had. But for this weapon, it just kind of works. Yeah, this is that. We basically just traded dominance and pack tactics for, Monkey Do for redistributor purposes. But otherwise, it's the same. And we've got 2 points 2 Fang instead of 2 Grim Harvest, again, for redistributor reasons. Yeah, I've mostly been messing with flavors of that today, but how you liking it so far? This version is working better than I thought it would. But as for the Reflux version, really enjoying that. Feels just real good. I tried it out with a few other weapons as well. Does well with the Chaos, and a little more temperamental on the gear side for that, but works. Does well with Breath of the Dying. This is just sort of combining the ideology of the Flaccid builds and the Spamiverse builds. Internet's back. The fuck is Regis being okay? Because we're forcing it with the full brunt of Flak formula. Like 5 Hunter's Eye Bounty Hunter had this discussion earlier. But going against what we believe for pretty much 2 years of Most Dangerous Game being the highest priority skill on Bounty Hunter, no, it's Hunter's Eye. Hunter's Eye is just better. So we've got 5 Hunter's Eye Bounty Hunter with weapon damage, SMG damage, Hyperion crit, and then a Pearl a Revolter with 2 ASEs, Gamma bonus element, Empathic Rage, and then Monkey Dew with Throat Ripper Atomic Aroma. Hey, got him. Pup T, thank you for absolutely dunking on Mr. 7 with that gift sub. Totally destroyed, absolutely gamered. Frankly, you, sir, have been doo-dooed upon.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
No, don't overthink it, just do it. Oh, with the Ritas on Moe's? Maybe. You explain the Hunter's Eye Bounty Hunter? So, Pet gets the bonuses of... Pet gets the Bounty Hunter tech. Hunter's Eye bonuses apply to both Flak and the Pet. So, us getting more Hunter's Eye benefits the Pet more than Most Dangerous Game does. But additionally, the values of the armor damage and the post-ad crit on this are inverse. So we get 60% post-ad crit and 30% armor damage. 30% V2 against armor. Because of Bounty Hunter, we get both of those at all times. But that's a lot of damage, even in the form of post-ad crit. That's a lot. Whereas with 3 points in Most Dangerous Game, you just get the 10% crit damage, 25% gun damage. Or does I know work on Pet? I'm thinking of Interplanetary Soccer. Disregard that point. Yeah, it's a brain soup. IPS is the one that works on Pet as well. But Hunter's Eye for us. You get more value out of getting additional V2 and the post-ad crit here than you get out of the points in MDG. Now, in a world where Bounty Hunter rolled Interplanetary Stalker, we'd always take 5 of that on there because that shit's crazy. But gauging the value of this versus this, especially, you can have the brain cell for now. Also consider that I'm running a Pearl, so we're good on gun damage. I'm running Hyperion crit, so I'm good on crit damage. You just get more valuable things out of having additional Hunter's Eye. And the pet damage here is just additive with all the pet damage we're getting from, like, fucking everywhere else. Even though some pet damage skills get increased by a hunt skill boost and some don't. It's weird and inconsistent and shitty. But basically, the takeaway here is Bounty Hunter enables the IPS stuff in the background, while Hunter's Eye with Bounty Hunter's condition changes just goes crazy in the foreground to a bigger extent, to a greater extent than Most Dangerous Game does. So we're fine with just having the base of 3 MDG and going up to 10 Hunter's Eye. Sound could hit me, that'd be really good. Thank you. That's too satisfying. I just swapped and buffs both Pet and you, but it's Hunter Eye Chronos Work with all enemies. That I need to look at again because Interplanetary Stalker and Hunter's Eye have different different ideology, and I did get them confused once in this conversation, so I don't want to speak out of turn there. But in my testing thus far, Hunter's Eye has just felt better in every scenario. Then wow, that was a lot of damage. Hunter's Eye has felt better in every scenario than MDG has. I feel weird about that. That was a redistributor absolutely pooping on Woden. And I did not have that on my bingo card. Flag good, flag good. GTD time? I could. I think due to upon is the only acceptable way to end a sentence in a preposition. I agree. So where could we get more damage here? This monkey dew point is actually a game changer for the pet. It gives it a lot more damage just by standing near things. We don't have any AoE damage. So that's why the pet isn't going completely fucking crazy right now. But if we say used a Hyperion Company Man instead of the Pearl, I think that's the next thing to try. Because that would give AoE damage to the pet. You're better in every single way. Hey T-Dog, how are you? Flesh Melter? I have some Flesh Melters on me. As long as the bonus element, the gamma bonus element, doesn't steal too many kills, that could go hard. I just worry about losing the gun damage. Hey Dex, how's the testing going? It's going well. I just worry about losing the gun damage right now. Because going from Pearl to Company Man, we're still losing, 40% gun damage. We're gaining that back in the crit damage though. Kind of. And the AoE. Or with a Flesh Melter, we get a bunch of the corrosive damage. That's good. But it's going to be contingent on Gamma not stealing kills, on ASE 50s not stealing kills. And we don't get any crit from that. We do get SMG damage, though, as an option. Which means we could probably feasibly switch a couple points from Hunter's Eye here over to MDG if we wanted to round that out. Like, we switch the SMG damage on here for something else. And we could run 2 Hunter's Eye, 3 MDG. I guess pick up crit there. That's an option. I could make that happen. Yeah, well, let's test that. I'm curious enough. We're going Flesh Melter. What do we think? Auto Idol or Vic Rush here? I'm kind of leaning Auto Idol. We don't need that little bit of V1. We're flak. SMG area mag size. Yeah. Bounty Hunter, 3 MDG, 2 Hunter's Eye. Honestly, could probably go 3-2 the other way, but... yeah. AoE damage boosting the impact or just the splash effect around? So it's just boosting the strength of the rad explosions. It's boosting the strength of the hollow points. It's boosting the damage of my pet's aura around it. It's not boosting the gun itself. But this AoE passive, as long as you get it in slot 2 or 3 on regular artifacts or any slot on a company man, it's also giving radius. So the radius will make a big difference, because those things that are just gonna happen organically will now simply hit more things. Also, there's not too many different damage boosting things for a non-splash gun you can get on Artifact, so it still makes sense to take that. It'd be that or like cooldown, which I don't think I need. How are they still doing yard work like 3 hours later? Shit's crazy to me. Never ends, the grass never stops growing. I suppose it doesn't. Okay, let's try another Mal one with this. See how this plays out. Hey, Six Crow, how you doing? White elephant for pet. You know, honestly, not the worst idea. My new interactions today. We're messing around with Redistributor on Flak with some tech that is normally bad, but because we're doing some spicy gamma damage formula stuff, Redistributor is exceeding expectations. I'm trying out some different gear to support it, see how that plays out. So I definitely feel that difference of gun damage already, but once Gamma Burst ends, we'll have our ASEs. Which should be fine. I feel Flash Melter working here. That damage ramp was noticeable. Time it actually works out well, because Gamma will end while I'm over here. So I have my ASEs. Like, the damage is fine, but I think I prefer the Pearl. I think I prefer the Pearl. It's less conditional. Like, what happens if I'm gonna change back to the other gear and then just jump off and we'll run this again. That's the all crit. There we go. Where's what I was using? Oh, shotgun damage. There we go. That's the right one. Too many class mods. So if I switch back to this, we're just gonna die. Your Sugar Flak, I like it. Are you running Gamma 115? Yeah, Beef, I'm running that. Also, hi. Good to see you. So this one is with the 5 Hunter's Eye and the Pearl, rather than the 2 Hunter's Eye and the Flesh Melter. An account for you. How you doing? Doing well. Enjoying the just a nice chill BL3 sciencing today. It's my happy place, you know. Another thing people sleep on about Hyperion guns is these weapon shields can do a lot to help your survivability. Or increase your damage. Yeah, that's noticeably better. It doesn't love 21 crit. Like the weapon roll? Oh yeah, yeah. It's nice to have. Pearl too consistent. Yeah, there's just less ramp with the Pearl. Instead of dropping into that fight, let me try Company Man next. That should be fine. Pearl also helps in Fight for Your Life. Yeah. Yeah, Pearl's just always going to be doing what Pearl does. It's very good consistency. Pearl's great for non-splash guns, just in general. If you don't need splash, Pearl's fantastic. As long as your name is insane. Now, this means that, by its nature, Pearl is inherently bad on Moes, because Moes can always short fuse. Short fuse always benefits from splash. Even if you're not using splash guns, short fuse is still a huge component of your damage. But this does mean that Pearl is fantastic for Amara and for Flak. As long as you're not using splash guns. With Amara, you can still get away with using it on splash guns pretty comfortably because Infusion is converting a bunch of your damage to not be splash anyway. So the good thing about Company Man here is we do get that AoE that we would have with the Flesh Melter, but not with the Pearl. And that helps our Hollow Point radius, that helps our Explosion radius, it helps our pet damage. Company Man feels pretty good here. Probably should have targeted a side target there, but... Seems nice so far, upfront damage. Yeah, Company Man will have the least, like, ramping. Just do the thing. Pearl feels like it's better just off of eyeballing that section. I could probably shuffle up stuff here. But honestly, formula-wise, this does look pretty good, because we have the V2 from SMG damage here, we have the Hyperion crit, we have the gun damage. We have half the gun damage that Pearl gives, about. But we have crit, which Pearl doesn't, and we get additional mag size here. I think maybe mag size over the corrosive damage on the Hyperion Company Man has a shout, but like, we're not hurt by having that corrosive damage. The cooldown doesn't help us too much, but it also doesn't really hurt us, because it does give us slightly faster cycling. Since Redistributor is a single pellet weapon on a non-two-fang, non-chaining shot. Like, that's fine, too. That's pretty good. Yeah, we gotta make this look good. Missed a little bit there. Gunskins miss you so much. Gunskins are great. Here's where that starts to clearly fall off. Ouchies. I think Pearl would be better here. I mean, I was shooting not the crit spot. That was a good clear. Okay. As long as I have the crit spot, I think Company Man is better. Or good Mega Bore RNG, I suppose. Like, I could have wiped that pack if I had that crit spot. Like that. Heard Gunskins. Good chat. Yeah, that was my nickname in high school. I just want to know what your actual nickname in high school was. Youths these days, you never know what the next slang will be. Real. Air dodge and BL3. Ah, you noticed. That's double jump and air dash, courtesy of a Dr. 7. Pearl feels the most consistent. Like, look at that. That just feels good. I think reload speed might be a better Pearl roll than fire rate here, because that lets me get more Leave No Trace procs per mag. Let me grab that. Who? CZ. Boom. I think Boom was doing a bit. I have no idea. Which more artifacts got fire rate? Yeah. Yeah. You got me? I did not understand. I failed humor. I was also gonna try to find the time to throw around some TDRs today, but I got too into this particular rabbit hole. I was also gonna do some increased spawns takedowns, but I can save that stuff for tomorrow. Something I want to do after I'm back from my vacation. I have plans for a few things. Possible another Mass Effect series playthrough, maybe, possibly, probably not, but maybe. But I'm also going to be doing Metroid Prime Remaster. I've not played Metroid Prime in 20 years, so that's it's going to be like playing for the first time again. But another thing I want to do is a marathon, a BL3 marathon, where I do takedowns, and I just keep doing takedowns. So, like, one sub, one takedown, probably. Just see how long we end up going. So, I'm open to suggestions for mods to do for that. Like, do we do 10 times spawns takedowns? Do we do 5 times M10 enemy health spawns, enemy health takedowns, both of those things? Just random thoughts I had. Figured I'd let you guys know. I was older than 20. I am 28. I just turned 28 a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Sure, you'd want to do 10 times enemy health plus cartel spawns on a per sub basis to make you here for a few days. Well, that's the idea. Helps me pay some bills, and you guys get to make me suffer. Don't look a day over old enough. That's a sentence. That I don't know how to feel about that one. We're just gonna step past that. Happy belated, thank you. Badass viewer takedowns. Ooh yeah, yeah. I gotta relink to shift. But yeah. Dr. 7 over Lucky 7, true. Hit me? I'm standing in the circle, please hit me. Never hit me. do it myself. Ouch. Actually pretty good. Yeah, Pearl feels like the most solid option here. Gotta go. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, Boom. Good to see you. I thought making you suffer was just me attempting to shitpost you being forced to read it. Hey, Rapid Fire. Hope you're well. So, surprisingly, we stumbled onto redistributor viability. Yeah, skill tree seems pretty tight. Return, welcome back. Life's slowly getting better. Glad I didn't catch a stream again. Happy to have you back. What's the chance you make a Gundava setup for TDR shenanigans tomorrow? I never got good ones to try myself. Chances are not 0. Chances for tomorrow, low, but it's something I'd be open to doing after I'm back. Like, tomorrow will be the last stream for a week and a half. Question, is redistributor best gun for the setup or just that it works? So we designed this skill tree specifically for redistributor. That's what this purple investment down to this point is for. Otherwise, we would have only 11 points in purple. But we put 16 in to get to Monkey Do. Reason being, Monkey Do provides a form of amp, and any amped shot from a redistributor will trigger the redistributor's chaining effect. So whether you're getting that amp from the redistributor already doing an amp shot every 7, whether you're getting it from an amp shield, whether you're getting it from fadeaway, from cloud of lead, from toboggan, any of those things will cause redistributor chain, like barrier, yeah. So we're using Monkey Do for that, to just force the gimmick to happen more frequently. If we were not doing that, if we were using any gun other than redistributor, then we would pull points from purple. Because there are no other guns with noteworthy effects that happen only on amp. Just with Cloud of Let Go Burr. It's a thing that would happen. Like, in a vacuum, redistributor does its chain thing every 7 shots. On Moe's, you get it every 4 and every 7 because Cloud of Lead. Moe's also opens up the option of you using Bloodletter to maintain an amp shield. Get even more. And you could have an Infernal Wish with that for an additional projectile as well. So, like, it's possible you could make this work okay on most. Run Redistributor, Cloud of Lead. Probably go down to Superior Firepower. We honestly do probably still take Short Fuse. Low-level Super Soldier Bloodletter with health regen. That's a thing you can do. People are very enamored with the idea of low-level Super Soldier with, you know, the health regen passes. But, like, it's not necessary, strictly speaking, because you do have ways of simply filling an on-level one that don't compromise your ability to tank. Like, Russian Offensive is lifesteal while you're sprinting on all of your damage. So you just sprint and shoot. So let's say we're in Wotan's arena, Wotan's over there. We could just keep sprinting and shooting, and we could have our full bulk while also refilling. Because percentage-based lifesteal is fundamentally broken in these games, in that players have tens of thousands of HP, hundreds of thousands at most, and practically speaking, absolute peak shields you might get to 2 million. But when players are able to deal with even a mediocre gun like the Redistributor, hundreds of millions of damage per shot, like, it doesn't matter if you're only getting 1% of 1% of your damage dealt back as healing. It's still infinitely sustainable. Skagden dots from your nade is the best Russian lifesteal fuel. Yeah, that too. What about Mana Wall? Mana Wall would work. It would give you really good tank, that 90% DR. Let's go to GTD. I don't feel like stopping yet. Mana Wall would work. It's just, you could do the amp stuff too. You wouldn't get the extra projectile offered by Infernal Wish. That's the thing. I think in the context of Redistributor, because how an individual projectile is more than one instance of damage, and how you only get the desired effect on certain conditions and certain shots, I think Wish is just going to inherently have more value than Mana Wall there. But it's certainly an option. Like, think about it. If you get the Wish projectile, you're on a chaining shot. You're having 2 bullets that are hitting the target and chaining and hitting 2 other targets. Apply that to every shot. That's just double your DPS. While still having the ability to get 2 amp parts. Mana Wall can get 3, but Wish can still get 2. You don't have the bonus element offered by Mana Wall, but Mo's already is doing pretty well on bonus elements. Don't really feel particularly like she needs more. Okay, so this is more what I was expecting from Redistributor. It's not a GTD level weapon. Able to do it, but wouldn't call this efficient. And we clowned this content earlier with Reflux. Let's see if I can make it work without falling back on Wish. I mean, I'd say that Infernal Wish and Mana Well are very comparable in terms of, like, overall power and thought process behind using them. Like, they have downsides. That's the thing. The more you shoot with a Wish, the more you hurt. And with a weapon you'd be shooting as frequently as the Redistributor, you're going to stack up those stats a lot. So maintaining some amount of shields so that the burn doesn't instantly kill you is important. As important as fighting your mana well drain by maintaining your shields to keep that effect going. They're very functionally similar in that regard. I wouldn't say either of them is like a cop-out or anything. There's this weird narrative in certain circles that Infernal Wish is part of DLC power creep gear. I kind of reject that idea, because Infernal Wish has drawbacks. You know how much of the gear in this game is just good for free? You know how many skills in this game are just good for free? Something that requires you to adjust your playstyle around will always be more interesting to me. Gamma's love, Gamma's live. Hey, Slim. Yeah, I don't love this here. Let's go back over to Malawan. Good to know that this isn't something I'd consider GTD efficient. Maybe a tad biased. Gamma's cool. Or just always use Infernal Wish, want to see if I can do something without it. That's fair. And to be perfectly clear on me switching from GTD there, you can absolutely take this build with Redistributor through that content, and it would be fine, you know, provided you had appropriate elements for appropriate targets and stuff. And it's by no means bad. It's just my personal standard for GTD. means that that clear rate is uninteresting to me. Ever fix the gamma annoyant bug? The one where it persists? No. They also never fixed gamma sometimes breaking, but we've only had gamma break 3 times on us today, and most of the stream has been using gamma. I'd say we could be doing worse. Yeah, this gun's a great example of things can be Malawan good, but not Guardian good. This gun feels real nice here, and it's just, does enough damage for the HP these enemies have. It's almost the end of the day. I'm gonna try a speedrun or something. Nice. I was thinking about going back to True MTD, but I'm sure I'd get tilted by boxes very quickly, so I probably won't end up actually doing that. Same reason I started messing with X's initially is because I want to do a nade build on Mo's and not use GA. Yeah, people before GA existed doing nade builds on Mo's just held a gun to shoot, and it was fine. Same thing with flak nade builds. Get double bridge so often just isn't worth the headache. Yeah, between double bridge, human error on my part with hitting double valve skip consistently, and then boxes RNG. MTD as a category is just frustrating to run. Try TGTD flak. Nice, do it. It's worth noting that every single time the TGTD flak record has improved has been because someone else has started running and made me want to run it. I maintain that we can get flak sub 16 if all of us runners just start pushing it. Someone's gonna do it. Like the last record improvement was because Butter had got a run that would have been new record, and that inspired me to boot up the game, and I immediately got a better record. Because that's just how speedrunning in this game goes. More runners equal better times. Sub 16-minute flak run, someone call, summon install, get that history noted down. I mean, scaled flak has been pushed sub 16 already. True Zane is sub 16, and flak and Zane are not incomparable in GTD times at all. Like, the main thing is, my record run, that's, what, 14 seconds faster, 15 seconds faster than the next best? That one is with a really bad room 1 because I am not good at room 1. So, like, saving time in that room alone, there's like 10 to 15 seconds of time saved just there. So that's sub 16 already. Like, as the top flak runner for GTD, I'm also the worst of the top 5 for the first room of the content, which is kind of funny. So it's literally just that room that's the barrier for me, which means anyone else who just picks up the time in the other sections of the takedown, they can just take the record. That's part of why I urge other flak runners of Guardian Takedown to not reset so frequently, because like if you guys just save time in the latter sections that you reset before you get to, then you could easily take that record. It is not ironclad at all. It's just not pushed. Scour the multiverse to find the quag with the best splits for each room. I've gotten good times in that room, it's just none of my record runs have had a good time in that room. Like, I've gotten as fast as 112, which is like a middle-of-the-road Zane time for that room. Double jump how? Mod. Double jump air dash. Ooh, I went down way too much there. Yeah, that's another issue with the redistributor. This is a gun that, when you don't have damage, you don't have damage. So, until you have the Anoints and the Empathic Rage up, you're just kind of spitting at enemies. Like, 3 conditions. I need Empathic Rage, I need my Anoints. 4 conditions. Empathic Rage, ASEs, Revolter, Pearl stacking. So until all 4 of those conditions are met, my damage is mid. And to get Monkey Do on this setup, we need to skip Pet Revive. So in a battle of attrition like that, where I don't take cover, getting to insta-bleed is a big problem for this. Which I'm fine with, just something to keep in mind for the actual usage of the build. Used to breaking the game normally, don't always expect to use mods. I don't use many. But movement, advanced movement is something that I always enjoy in games, and this is just a mod that I've been helping to test out. It's not like released or anything yet. Usually, I only have dialogue skip, increased photo mode range, and no vendor crash mods on. Often, I just leave the Lucky 7 always gets the rolls mod on, even though I'd never use that gun. Like, on the off chance someone's like, hey, show me Lucky 7, I can just do that. But I just didn't bother to turn off my, this mod before stream today. I don't use anything that affects, building. It is fun to zip around. Thank you, pet. Oh, Ender Crash is in my BL3? Unbelievable, right? That's getting so many second wins for me. Like, that Atomic Aroma? It's going in. And he bites on Revolter and he bites. See, now we're in the position we were on the last run, where I'm gonna insta-bleed. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll workshop that a little more. So the redistributor tech works at a Malawan level of viability and not at a Guardian level of viability, and survivability is a concern. I guess spamming more Mesmer is the play. Let's do a little more downfall. Do one more downfall. I feel like rounding it off to a 5-hour stream today, so we'll go for a little bit. Is Manuel universal? Yes. Does everything Revolter bonus element does, except just at half the value. So one of the cool advantages of having this this double jump is you can do some fun downfall tech. Amara's bad phase slam. By positioning yourself higher, you can hit the laser beam more easily. And you have more Guardian Angel bonus, because you're farther away from the enemies. It's cool. Holy shit, Samsara regen going crazy. That was satisfying. I mess with that and that's set up for the DLC version. I don't recommend that. So you're not going to be able to, say, benefit from Russian offensive while spamming a Zaitsev. And if you're not going to benefit from Russian offensive, how are you going to sustain the mana wall? Empire is not going to fight a mana wall. And also, where are you getting Vampire from while you're reloading the Zaitsev? Are you animation canceling by throwing grenades? Okay, that's not going to be fast enough. You will lack damage, you will lack survivability, you will lack uptime. Ember's Purge for second wins goes hard. That's as fun? Yeah. Biofield Hex, not gonna be an off. Like, mana wall drains fast. Oh, look at that. Mr. Sean, are you here? Did you see? Did you see that? Fucking hollow pointed an ad to phase the Valkyrie with the downfall laser. I need to get an 8 mag face puncher for this slot. I'm an audio, I heard it. Let's go! Discord, thank you, sir. Body and mind is such a crazy skill. Amara's purple tree in general. They did not have to go this hard. Like, they could have literally just put a skill tree here with expedite and we would have thanked them. Like, nothing in it except expedite. We'd have been like, oh, cool, thank you. But they just... they made it good, too. Purple tree great, enables Gundava stuff. Been loving purple tree Amara. It's one of those things you just gain more of an appreciation for over time. Really good game design in this tree. This whole concept of elemental Lamara didn't carry any water until Purple Tree, by the way. She didn't have the most elemental damage. Didn't have the most reason to use elements. But then with Purple, they're like, okay, Capstone means you use any element against whatever the fuck you want. And then they gave Burn Both Ends for, like, actual biggest elemental boost. Death's Blessing with 4 in Atman, 1 in Remnant. Expecting an Indiscriminate, Clear Speed, stupid. Death's Blessing doesn't really do anything for that of note, but Indiscriminate be like, yeah. Death Blessings is one of those examples of placebo effect. You believe it's good, so it feels good. It doesn't do anything of value. And that's an issue shared by a lot of Amara class mods. And I feel that's a situation that was perpetuated by people downplaying Phase Zerker for so long, and then anytime a new Amara class mod came out that said the word damage on it, people are like, oh, this is the new best thing ever. Skills on the comm more than the comm itself. Yeah, the skills on the comm still don't change that 6 crop. 4 in Atman. So you get 9% action skill damage per point. Do harm exists? Phase Zerker gives you instant massive amounts of do harm stacks, so more damage. 1 in Remnant is good for skill tree setups that don't already take Remnant in the skill tree. So, like, that's something. But more than likely, you grabbed Avatar, and 1 point in Remnant is on your way to Avatar. So the skills don't change the core problem. That Death's Blessing just simply is discount Phase Zerker. It gives slightly higher gun damage on a much worse condition that is time-gated, while being worse at giving you everything else the comm offers. Death's Blessings actually slows down your clear speed for gun builds. Because you wait for your damage. Ouch. It's calm not for its actual effect. Like I said, using because of skills. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. But like that doesn't change the nature of what I'm saying. Whether you factor in the skills or not, Death's Blessings is a self-nerf compared to other options. There was actually something of a sort of study we did with the theory crafters, where Lazy went and ran a bunch of endgame content with Amara with various class mods, like same exact build, just different class mods through the same content, and there was no appreciable difference between any of the non-phase Zerker comms and not having a class mod equipped for a regular gun build Amara. There was no appreciable difference between nothing and not phase Zerker. Now, phase Zerker has the most impact, but it's still not much of a difference between that and nothing for gun builds. Amara class mods are just minimally impactful for that archetype of build. And of the ones that do have impact, it goes phase Zerker, and then there's a gap, and then you have Mantis, which is a purple, along with Kensei. And you have, depending on how much you need your action skill, Driver changes rankings, because Driver lowers your cooldown by locking off access to topped off. It's a long-standing Amara class mod issue, and like I was saying earlier, it's something that was sort of entrenched by how late people were to the phase Zerker party. Like, Driver got a lot more lip service than it deserved. Launch Driver was crazy, and Driver is and always has been good, but it was frequently held up as like the Amara comm for lots of use cases where it just wasn't. Death's Blessings has always been just bad. But once again, it was a new Amara comm that said damage on it when it came out, so people lost their minds and overrated it. It never got buffed because of that. Muse was crazy on the day it came out, but it was very quickly nerfed. Muse was kind of nerfed in two ways. Day 1 Muse, the projectile scaled with a bunch of stuff it no longer does. Damn it, I wanted to go for the downfall kill. But they also changed what skill rolls are available for the Muse. So, like, they didn't change existing ones that had already dropped. For example, you could get additional points in both Laid Bear and Illuminated Fist on Muses back at level 65. And those are rolls you can no longer replicate at level 72. So Muse took an indirect hit from that. There we go. Downfall the legs. Lazy is always phase Zerker gang. Yeah, Lazy was preaching Hell Zerker from launch, which obviously phase Zerker setup. But it's one of those things where It's cool that we have this experience across all of the characters, where the launch class mods, their full value was not like understood till later. Let me read this copy pasta first, and I'll get back into that subject. Um, Hello, my seventh son, who I've just named simply Seven, looks up to Dr. Zed as a role model. He thinks Zed would be fun to talk to because of Zed's off the wall humor about how he's not a real doctor, but treats people anyway. The only time Seven's available to meet Zed is after school, or here in England, we call it tea time. Seven also loves tea, by the way. Thank you for helping arrange this. I can't wait to say to my son, you get to see Z Force. Wonderful. Amazing. Beautiful. The essence of what copy pastas are about, captured right there. Truly a masterclass. CZ4T7. CZ. Yep. The way Brian reads it. But yeah, class mods thing. So like, Fazerker. Guardian Angel, go away. Fazerker. Okay, well the gun is just gonna be here, I guess. So like, what all does this do? On action skill used, Amara gains her max rush stack count, but they decay over time. Amara gains 2% weapon damage and 1% action skill cooldown rate per rush stack. Max rush stacks plus 5. So already, mechanic 1, increase rush stacks, which means you can get more maximum benefit from any of the rush stacks mechanics. That's already big. Out of the class mods, only Fazerker and Stone do that. There's only 3 ways to get more rush stacks: Fazerker, Stone, and Avatar. People never look at the parts. You gain your max rush stack count on using your action skill. That means that you always gain a massive amount of do harm stacks and violent tapestry stacks on using your action skill. You go to your max rush stack count, which again enables the benefits of anything else that you're doing based off of your rush stacks, so that alone is huge. But then you get cooldown and gun damage for each rush stack that you have. The only other Amara class mods that directly give you gun damage are Death's Blessing and Driver. Driver gives way more, but Driver actively reduces your cooldown by putting a dot on you that locks you out of topped off. So Driver has a bigger pro for direct damage, but a con for ability usage. Also, you're constantly taking damage from Driver. That can kill you if you're not careful. And then with Death's Blessing, you don't get cooldown in any way, shape, or form. The damage is gated behind multiple other conditions and has a duration and a delay. It's also not that much more than what you get from Fazerker. Now, on top of all of those things, the effects of the boosted rush stack interactive skills are massively inflated by getting values you otherwise don't normally get. For example, without Fazerker, you do not frequently see 99 stacks of do harm. With Fazerker, you very frequently see 99 stacks of do harm. Now, do harm at high stacks, way more value than Atman. It's simply a bigger number. Same boost, bigger number. Violent Tapestry is not only status effect chance, which ensures some nice additional damage since Amara actually can do good dot builds, but if nothing else, it's Harmageddon coverage and rush stack generation. But this is also cryo efficiency, which opens up a whole other layer of build crafting. So you get that too. With Fazerker, you also are instantly put to high alacrity, which is high amounts of reload speed. And the additional cooldown offered by Fazerker means you're more able to do things like stack up multiple stacks of Transcend. This ability stacks. This is one of the key things for dealing damage on gun builds on Amara. So like those are all things Fazerker does. On top of that, we're still not done. Fazerker rolls Clarity, Conflux, and Anima. Now, Conflux is kind of rarely useful. It's something there if you want some Harmageddon access and don't have a lot of different elemental coverage, I guess. But Clarity is just good always-on healing that simply gets better the more you play the game. Like, the more you use your ability, the more healing you get. The more damage you take, the more healing you get. Clarity is just fantastic. But then you have Anima for dot builds. You know what? It's a dot in this game. Radsplosions. Everyone loves Radsplosions. So like, if you have any points in Anima and you aren't using Cryo action skill element because for some reason that turns off Anima, then like you just get bigger Radsplosions. Like Phazerker is the everything com. If you're doing anything on Amara, there is a high chance that Phazerker is just better. And it's always been this way since launch. It just didn't get credit for that a lot of the time. And each character in this game kind of has at least one class mod that's like that. Like, we didn't know that Bounty Hunter changes the behavior of Interplanetary Stalker to the degree it does until relatively recently. And that's a game changer. Like, Bounty Hunter is comfortably better than Cosmic Stalker with all the things we now know it does. And Cosmic Stalker is by no means a bad comp. Cosmic Stalker is extremely good. Over on Zane, Executor has always given cryo damage on top of the stuff that it lists, and we didn't know about that until, again, relatively recently. The discovery is, what, like 2 years old on a 3.5-year-old game? What do you say is Moses? That could be between a few different things. That's something that that Priz brought up recently. So like the value of Bloodletter was always recognized as something interesting, but its optimal usage was not taken advantage of at launch. Like, people like to use Bloodletter with health regen and low-level shields and do that kind of cheesy stuff. Or they would take a bunch of shield capacity and think that they made them noticeably tankier. Neither of those are good use cases of Bloodletter. You know what Bloodletter is great at? Amp. Just having amp shots all the time. And that didn't get popular for a fair amount of time. But there's other comms that Moe's had at launch that also weren't receiving the attention that they later would, without them receiving any mechanical changes. For example, Minesweeper. Minesweeper has always done what Minesweeper does. And we know now how absolutely cracked it is. But at launch, not a lot of people were doing that. Hey, Blues. It has been a while. Good to see you. Good to have you here. So, yeah, like, each character has class mods that were just very underappreciated due to overvaluing of things that came later. Amara's quote-unquote best, if you had to, you know, gun to my head, rank the class mods for each character. Amara's had her best one since day one of the game. It's a little more contentious for the other characters, but there's pretty good arguments for their ideal class mods for a majority of their builds also being launch comps. Rocketeer, Minesweeper, Bloodletter are all launch comms for most. Bounty Hunter and Rack Commander jointly cover a huge portion of flat builds. Yes, I said Rack Commander. Rack Commander was best in slot for Rack Stab until Peregrine came out. Non Zane, Executor was always good. It's just Zane had other problems that needed to be band-aided later. Such as, they needed to buff Violent Momentum, and then they needed to give him a way to have access to kill skills without killing, so they gave several. But by the time DLC 5 came around, Executor was back to being functionally top dog on anything where you're not really doing, anything where you're able to crit with your main source of damage, and, you're not doing eraser stuff. Most just doesn't have a bad comp. She really doesn't. Suddenly suck at the rocket jump before Anathema. Yeah, I was having trouble with that last time I was grinding out Guardian. Haven't done any Mo's today. I'll do a tiny bit of Mo's. I know I said I was gonna end at the 5-hour mark, but I'm still having a good time. Having a good time. Having a good time. Even her niche comms found uses for. Yeah, Mo's just doesn't have a bad class mod. Like, even among the non-uniques, there's a use for all of them. And there's the Words of Waterboy's Mama, the Devil. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Crit Mass, you bastard. Yeah, Crit Mass is just a truly shit class mod. There's not a lot of class mods you can just call shit in this game, but there's some. Black would have the Trainer and the Commandlet. Zane has Critical Mass. Amara has Elementalist. Patiently waiting to talk about the Calm Guzzler. I should save edit so I can be a filthy little guzzler. Be a filthy little guzzler in front of you guys. For reference, Twitch, there's a class mod called Guzzler. Get your mind out of the gutter. A Cold Warrior. Cold Warrior's got uses, though. It's got use cases. A Trick of the Light is a really nice class mod role to have for Sentinel. And you can also do things like... It seems to place, at least with my limited testing I've done with Cold Warrior, you can predict which dot it's going to put on you. Like, if you cryo yourself, it irradiates you. And that can lead to some fun use cases for Elemental Projector. So, Cold Warrior has uses. I found that Death's Blessing with his Fury uses an Elementalist, which is one. Yeah, Death's Blessing can pretty comfortably go in the shit class mod bin, but the thing is, it peacocks harder than Elementalist does. Most people can just look at Elementalist and be like, oh yeah, I don't see where this would be useful. But a lot of people do get taken in by Death's Blessing. That doesn't make it any better. I figured I should just mention that. .5. So, Elementalist uses, what, being a non-DLC Violent Tapestry comm and Infusion memes? Or is its usage being the Wildfire comp? Its usage is totally being the Wildfire comp. I can't think of another Wildfire one. I love how Cub looks with this skin on it. Look at that, that's so pretty. I've done no legendary build playthrough before. Yeah, Denali, I've done that before. Not a playthrough, but I've done, like, no legendary, takedowns. This was back in, like, OG Mayhem 4 days, but I did a bunch of, purples only black. Bushmaster class mod, Lump. Cloning Maddening Tracker. With ASC 50. dual launcher things. You can also do, say, a stagecoach with a thrill bot and a one-shotter. And it'd be slow going occasionally, but fully viable. UTD, True Melee, Wildfire, and the .5s for 10 out of 5 fusion, making Hellfire Cryo, which can then freeze and kill with Unweave. Zerg are better for that strat with Hellfire. Right. Yeah, a couple of the possible use cases for Elementalist are just eaten by Fazerker. Like, you don't care about it being a Tapestry com because Fazerker gives you more Tapestry stacks and gives you them consistently. You're also less punished by, say, losing all of your stacks to going down or to combat downtime. And then that's without even considering all the other things Fazerker does for you. The Wildfire part is interesting. That's cool. And no other comms roll Wildfire, right? He's ruined me. Washed. Was a text root bug. The percentage doesn't actually work out to be as high as it claims it is in practice. I don't remember the exact technical reasons for that, but it's not as guaranteed as it seems. Nice sniper. This is good sniping. I'll answer that question in a minute, Six Crow. Let me finish this this takedown, because I want to finish this in one cub, just to see what percentage fuel we're at. A lot of people are intimidated by the idea of using Flare because they're worried about cub uptime, but this has been one cub activation for this entire takedown, and I haven't been sweating particularly hard or anything. Yeah, so we finished over half fuel still. GG speedrun questioned the area after Anathema. It's possible to rocket jump the invisible platforms without clearing the mobs. That legally you have to clear them before progressing. For time trials, we require clearing the mobs. There's a bunch of potential skips that are known that like you could use in a non-time trial setting. But for time trials, we require clearing of all mandatory mobs. Any mobs that you need to kill to open up another encounter, we have you kill those. So for example, you don't have to kill the mobs between that first door that opens after you clear the first room and the mobs that you need to kill to turn on the first set of crystals. You don't need to kill that pack of necrobugs because that's completely optional. However, the enemies you need to kill to spawn the platforms, we force you to kill those even if you could just bypass them. There's a majority of the combat encounters in GTD, you could just bypass with enough movement tech, but that creates too much of a gap between characters and setups that are capable of doing that and ones that aren't. Like, for example, The only mandatory combat in GTD is that first room. The enemies to spawn, the enemies to turn on the button for Crystals 1 and then Crystals 1. Then the enemies in that next room, you don't have to kill. You can just clip through the door. The enemies on the other side of that door, you don't have to kill to spawn the platforms if you can just rocket jump or, slide boost into the pit to Anathema. Then none of the enemies between Anathema and Crystals 2 are required. But you obviously need to kill a lot of enemies to spawn the platforms. So we have you do that anyway. And then none of the enemies between Crystals 2 and Scourge are required. However, you have 2 separate encounters there to enable 2 separate jump pads, so we have you kill those. Basically, for time trials, anything that you need to kill to open up a door, etc., you have to still kill. Anything that you don't, you don't. So, like, you don't have to go kill Ratch at the start or anything. That's a Raging Bear with Splash Radius and 5 Stainless Steel Bear. That's pretty. That's pretty. I like that. Sheesh. Sparkplug Auto Idol with AoE? Wait, hang on. Time the fuck out. Remember, right before Wonderlands, when I spent 5 fucking hours farming Auto Idols from the source? On stream? I was farming for this one. I just wanted a Sparkplug Auto Idol with area. That's all I wanted. PUBG timed out the fuck for 600 seconds. Amazing. Don't leave it then. I mean, I don't need it now. I have better ones. But it was for a playthrough where I wasn't save editing any gear. CZ mailing items onto the ground. Quoting more like CZ's save editor. Real. Let's see, what time is it? It's 4 p.m. I should stop. I don't want to though. But we can do more BL3 tomorrow. And do more BL3 tomorrow. So, yeah. I really enjoyed the BL3 day. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate you. I gotta get a bunch of cleaning and stuff done, packing and whatnot. But I'll be live tomorrow, maybe slightly early, so we can just squeeze in a little more, because I can't go too late tomorrow. But just as a reminder, I will be after tomorrow. No streams until the following Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, we'll do fun stuff. Let me see who's live. Liz is playing some Fallout 76. Moxie's just starting. He's doing some BL3 stuff. Pascaroni's on Assassin's Creed Valhalla. D2H is playing Plague Tale. How long has Pascaroni been live? Almost 3 hours. He'll probably still be live for a little bit. We could go over there. Or how long's Moxie been live? Let me look. He's just starting, right? Nah, we'll go to Pascaroni. You guys, you know Moxie already. You're definitely already following. There's a chance that some people here might not know Pascaroni, so give love to the little guy. But yeah, if you don't know Pascaroni, seriously, one of the nicest people you'll meet on the internet. Variety content creator. Just all around good guy. So if you're not already following him, drop a follow when you get there. He's an enjoyer of being nice to people and also of bacon. So two very good things. Thank you everyone. I'll see you next time. If you got my emotes, there's the raid message. But I'll be live tomorrow, and then if I don't see you tomorrow, have a good week. Later. Get back to your right time. Bye, Asa.